Got it.
Light 'em up! How much you got left in you?
Nice.
Fire in the hole!
How many bullets I have left? Shit!
Got it.
What was that? That was that.
Bingo.
You feel that?
This is blasphemy. This is madness. This is blasphemy. This is madness. This is Sparta!
The saucers.
We are stretched too thin. We are already down 20 ships from the gun. I'm not sending our pilots on a suicide run. You're mad.
You need to retreat. All your military forces, and when the Eldritch comes and rains, they'll be torn apart.
Damn it all. I'm not leaving until I take out that witch.
Did you miss me, Helen?
Get off my neck.
Hard to dodge from point-blank range. Let's see how you like having your arm ripped off.
Eddie's leader cut through the larger mech's armor and allowed her to tear off her arm. Helen, however, was not phased.
Now that you are finally I'm not going to ever let go.
Ow! Engaging shock system.
You troublesome brat. I'm going to rip you out of that limb by limb.
Oh, bit too late for that. Take this!
Taking to throwing mud at my face. See what?
General, are you all right?
Where is she? She will pay for blowing up my neck's head.
I don't know. She flew off. I'm sorry to say, but we have to retreat.
We have to destroy them now while we have a chance.
Oh, what chance, ma'am? We have no air support. We're outnumbered, my team's not equipped to take out that ship, and you don't have a head.
You're right, Lieutenant.
This is General Helen ordering a full retreat and a pickup for us as soon as possible.
Can you guide me, Lieutenant?
Oh, no problem, General. It's fine. We got plenty of prisoners. I'm sure one will tell us what's going on soon enough.
I suppose so. I'm still not fond of these setbacks.
See what?
I swear that girl's going to get herself killed. O'Connell, what's happening? Why are we losing altitude?
I don't know. Something's hogging almost 10% of our power. We need to cut power to at least half the rail guns.
If we let up, we'll be overrun by saucers.
What if we just cut off one? Would that buy us some time?
With our current altitude minus one gun, we only have about 2 minutes with our reserve power and pushing the furnace to its limit.
Ugh. Alrighty, fellas. Cutting power to railgun. There. Alright, I'm gonna go trap my new gun arm on some flying saucers. This is gonna be fun.
Are we within range of the command ship?
No, based on last time, we are out of their range, but they are out of ours as well.
If they move even an inch closer, fire. Our mission is to keep our allies safe.
Sir, the command ship is sending a vessel down to the ground.
This is Gunner Alpha 02. My gun's been shut down.
Why, too, sir? All the alt guns are down. We're barely getting enough power to keep the lights on.
That's the stern of the ship. O'Connell, the drain is happening in the stern of the ship. Can you fix it?
Sir, I can barely keep us flying right now, much less walk halfway across the ship mid-free fall. Whatever it is going to have to wait until we can get in the water.
Sir, the command ship sent a shuttle to pick up the ground forces. It looks like they're falling back. Should we pursue?
No. We complete our mission. Is there a lake or a river large enough for us to set down in nearby?
Yes, we passed it on the way here. Lake Amistad is approximately 2 miles northeast from our current location.
Set us down and radio our armadillo friends to meet us there. Tell them we can help with repairs and have a medical bay for their wounded.
Messaging them now, sir.
Good. And ask them if they can find Betty.
Will do, sir.
Has this ever happened to you? You are a perfect duplicate created from an astronomically improbable teleporter accident. You have no official identity because the original's hogging it all to himself. Well, at Roddenberry and Roddenberry, we will represent you to sue for joint custody of your life.
I was abducted by a race of cyborg creatures that assimilated me into their collective. I was then considered killed in action, and now I couldn't get my veterans benefits. Thanks to Roddenberry and Roddenberry, I'm doing better than...
You will be assimilated. Resistance is futile.
And now I receive treatment for my condition.
No matter how bizarre your case, no matter how many extra-dimensional jurisdictions it falls under, you can trust Roddenberry and Roddenberry to help you. Call our law firm today for an appointment.
Before we left, the aliens had pulled back their forces. The Eldritch experienced some power problems of a perplexing nature, and Betty was knocked unconscious by Lieutenant Leah, a loyal heavy mech pilot working under General Helen. Betty now found herself waking up in a familiar setting of the ship's medical bay. Dr. Blue and Kenneth were by her bedside.
So, should I go ahead and reserve a bed? I'm sure O'Connell can make a nice little nameplate to put on there.
Dr. Leo, I really don't need this now.
Don't need what? To be told what you did was reckless, irresponsible, dangerous, and something you would never let anyone else do?
What?
You heard me. Betty, you keep telling me to be careful and remind me when I'm doing something stupid, but then you keep putting yourself in danger.
Betty, you're not alone on this ship. Everyone here is willing and able to do their part to fight. You don't have to try and do this alone.
I know, it's just,
Just what?
I felt so powerless when fighting Helen. And scared. I felt unstoppable in my suit, and in just a few minutes, I thought I was gonna die. All of us were gonna die because I couldn't beat her. And Barkley...
Sorry to interrupt, but were my ears burning?
Do you always eavesdrop on me?
Nah, only when I'm bored. Listen, Betty, that's just what war is like. You have to trust in your fellow soldiers to do their job like they trust you. So no more playing superhero, alright?
I wasn't. I'm sorry.
On a positive note, you only have a few bumps and bruises. No concussions, thankfully.
That's it.
Oddly enough, Barkley here is worse off.
Oh, yeah. You're not wearing your arm.
Yeah, that thing's a bit of a beast. Theoretically, it's supposed to absorb most of the recoil, but in practice, the damn thing nearly tore my arm off. Doc says I should just stick to old Lefty here till I heal up.
By the way, Mr. Barkley, I've been hearing some of my other patients from that talking about the aliens taking prisoners.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, it's not looking good. The aliens are definitely not thrilled we're putting up as much of a fight as we are. They're taking prisoners and outright abducting people from the boonies. The brass, or at least what's left of them, are building bases in areas that surrendered, and New York City's filled with hundreds of werewolves just keeping people following curfew. They've got artillery set up on every skyscraper they can, so the entire area's a no-fly zone.
What about now?
From what we've gathered, they're primarily focusing on countries with larger military infrastructure.
But they didn't count on everyone getting stronger. They were going to beat up the toughest kids in the playground so everyone else falls in line.
But now they're fighting on multiple fronts. If what I've been reading about strategy is correct, they might be stretching themselves too thin. If we can organize better, then we can win.
That's what Admiral Fairweather's counting on. He's getting in touch with everyone he can.
I just hope my family is safe.
Is there any chance me and Betty can talk alone for a bit?
While Betty and Kaz were giving a moment to talk, elsewhere on the ship, Dr. Bloom was unveiling his latest invention to Captain Yeager.
To the device that will win us the war.
What is it?
Well, it's a decoder. It translates aliens' communications and prints out a copy as it finds them. Aliens constantly shift frequencies, and the codes are tough. But when it finds one, it gives it to us right away.
That's fantastic!
I already found one when I was, testing it. Apparently there's an alien prison just a few hundred miles from here. It's full of civilians, military, and some government officials. According to the latest transmission, they will be diverting most of their security to a new facility, leaving it vulnerable.
You mean this facility over here?
No, the one right under your finger. Yes, that one.
Excellent. This is perfect. Admiral Fairweather told me the Russians planted a spy in there, but lost communication. They're sending in some mechs they got from China there to attack, but they'll be there too late to catch them off guard. But if we can convince them to attack the new facility today, it might give us the perfect opening, cracking that prison wide open.
That's a great idea.
I'm gonna go talk to Admiral Fairweather. If this pans out, we're gonna get those people out by this time tomorrow.
Gentlemen, it's nice to see you're doing well. Your ship seems to have much better food than ours.
The cook must be trying out some of the Earth ingredients again. Anything is better than the algae paste we ate on the way here.
Well, it's not that bad when you mix a bit of sea hound milk with it.
Sea hound milk. I might give that a try on the way home, though I'll be grabbing as much off this coffee as possible. I'm sure it will add enough flavor to that wretched paste.
Oh, you drink that stuff? Oh, I thought it was floor cleaner.
Trust me, it's quite delicious when you get used to it. I might just retire and open one of those cafes when I get home. Actually, I definitely plan to retire after this. I don't think I could stand leaving my children again.
You had children? I didn't realize. Well, what lucky sod managed to capture the General's heart?
No one anymore. Accident a few years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, General. I didn't know.
It's fine. On a slightly less depressing topic, have you seen those animals some of these humans keep as pets?
Yes, I saw the pictures. They look exactly like a cross between a sea hound and a Maztak. Either their planet's ecology is weird, or they are decades ahead of us in genetic engineering.
Will Captain Yeager convince Admiral Fairweather to change the attack strategy with the Russian forces? Will Kenneth and Betty unveil the truth about Dr. Bloom? And what will Helen call her cafe on the British homeworld? Send us suggestions on our Twitter. We last let their heroes, they saved the Army Little Squadron from General Helen. Dr. Bloom seemingly cracked the alien's code while Kenneth figured out that he really is a spy for a mysterious shadow group. But before he could talk to Betty about what he overheard, she called to the engineering bay while the captain is about to discuss the next exciting mission. No.
Listen up. Our next mission is of the utmost importance. According to communications intercepted by Dr. Bloom, there's a British holding facility that will have a lapse in security within the next few hours. This, combined with our Russian allies, providing a way out from their spy inside the facility, we believe we can extract the prisoners and their spy.
Since when we became buddy-buddy with Zareskis?
When aliens started falling out of the damn sky! Sorry. Actually, as of last night, the president and what's left of the governments from around the world decided to more or less pool all of our militaries together. It's a mess.
Let's get back to business. You spied about a part of the army to see that war when it's the Eldritch. Unlike Mecha Betty, this won't require amputations, and is easy to use. Each suit is equipped with specialized equipment, heavy weapons that
I personally picked for your units. We got our new EM sniper rifles and grapple hooks for Team Archer, grenade launchers and remote explosives for Team Battering Ram, and for the team actually going into the prison, we have something old-fashioned: swords and shields. Our main job is saving those prisoners, and the last thing we need is for them to get caught in the crossfire. The shields can take more damage than your armor. The swords can get superheated and can cut through almost anything. You will also get a pistol with armor-piercing rounds, just in case. You lot are SHIELD team. Hey, don't look at me, I didn't pick the names.
So, which team am I on?
Betty, you jumped off the Eldritch and picked a fight against an enemy that literally ripped you apart. And that's when she was in a suit the same size as you, let alone those walking tanks they're using now. If you were one of my men, I would have had you tossed out on your mechanical ass.
Sir, remember what we talked about?
But Barkley here thinks you could do better, and requested that you join under his command and Team SHIELD. This is your last chance. Follow every order he gives you to the letter, or else the only job you'll have is filling out request forms for that super factory of yours. Am I clear?
Sir, yes, sir.
Good. The team members will go into the details. O'Connell, you and Dr. Armistead try to find where that power drain is and get it fixed. Dismissed.
I really messed up, didn't I?
Well, yes and no. On one hand, no offense, you kinda went off like an idiot without backup. On the other, it's probably because of you that they started retreating. The captain knows that, he just needs to vent a bit. Now how about we start getting ready?
All right. So these suits look pretty neat. Are these all for our team?
Yep, we got a 10-man team. You and that one there is special.
Why is it special?
That has a camera for Kenneth mounted on his shoulder and a transmitter too. He should get all the action.
What? We're bringing Kenny along?
Yep, President Van Dyne wants to show off the whole operation. Thankfully, the captain convinced him not to air it live.
Isn't it too dangerous?
Not with his 2-ton bodyguard keeping him safe.
On the ship, Dr. Armistead with Engineer O'Connell leading the way, searching for the cause of the mysterious power fluctuations.
So you and some of the crew take bets on who will be sleeping with whom?
We have a lot of betting pools going. It keeps us sane. It's nearly impossible to bring enough books or something on board for any real stint at sea.
Oh, do not misunderstand. I'm not chastising you. I'm just curious. In my days at the university, our fencing team did something similar. So it was more like your American game bingo that involved more sordid details. We are getting closer. I believe it is in this room.
I don't see a thing. Ah!
It appears whatever is absorbing so much power became extremely hot and melted its way through the floor. What was stored in this room?
Mostly spare parts for the device that makes us fly, like these artificial gems. We also stored some of that new steel in here since work had to stop for the last fight.
They descended to the lowest deck of the ship and found exactly what they were looking for.
Amazing. Simply remarkable. It looks like it is made from metal, but it has the structure of well-formed quartz. It is not even connected to any of the wires, yet it is still drawing a charge. Mr. O'Connell, I have a hypothesis, but first I must ask a question. Did power go out in this section before or after the energy drain happened? And did it stop after?
The drain started happening a good 5 minutes before the power got cut. The drain keeps happening every time we try to lift off.
I believe that one of those gemstones was somehow different than the rest, and it became attracted to my steel. It continued to draw power, heating up until it melted the steel and fell down here, cutting a power cable along the way. When we landed and powered down for a time, it allows the metal to cool, forming this new material that collects power wirelessly from the flight chamber. If we can put it in some kind of Faraday cage, it should stop the problem. At least until we can think of some kind of use for it.
We fix one problem and you want to poke around till you make more.
What can I say? I live for things like this.
Remember, this is a 3-stage plan. The Russian forces are already attacking a new facility. That'll keep any reinforcements diverted to them. The Armadillo squad will begin firing on the opposite side of the wall before we drop. Team Archer will scale the main wall and provide sniper cover for the other 2 teams. Battering Ram will be setting up explosives for our exit and get us inside the facility. We then locate the spy, who should be able to help us free the rest. Then we meet up with the other teams for pickup.
Should? You don't know? Captain Yeager said this was planned out thoroughly.
Oh, are you already recording? Are you getting my good side?
Yes, and you don't have a good side, sir.
I will not tolerate such rudeness. Betty, muzzle your reporter or we'll have to leave him behind.
Wow! Big tough commander can't take a joke.
Words can pierce the heart more than any mortal bullet.
Sure. Whatever you say, Barkley. How are you feeling, Kenny? Is the suit feeling alright?
It's fine, though it's a bit tight around my chest. So, Betty, you're about to free possibly hundreds of people captured by the British invaders. How do you feel?
Come on. Pretty good. We know now a lot more about them and have,
Time to go. You first, Tin Can. Kenny, my boy, make sure to keep up. Don't want you to miss a thing. All right, this is Shield Team in position.
Roger, team in position. Ram team in position. And outer wall charges are set.
Fireworks should begin in 3, 2, 1. Huh?
Archer team has scaled the wall. Once they are there, the gate will be compromised. The gate has been blown up. All of the teams are entering the prison now.
Come on, Kenny. We don't want to fall behind.
So far, the courtyard looks really clear. Could it be a trap? Betty, can you hear that?
Just a second. I turned up my hearing. Ooh, there's a riot going on inside the prison. The guards sound like they're starting to attack them. Barkley, we need to get inside, quickly.
Ram team needs more time to set up, unless you have another idea.
I have 2. After you, Commander.
Ah, finally, someone who knows how to treat a gentleman. Shield Team, move in and protect the civilians.
Everyone, we are here to set you free. Please, follow us out.
Do not interfere.
Comrades, it's so good to see you. Just a second.
Did you just suplex a whale wolf?
Was it too much? I get carried away sometimes. Sorry to start festivities without you, but now we should be leaving. Explosives made of stolen cleaning supplies are not known for their patience or stability.
All teams, get out now!
The charges for the outer wall didn't make a dent, sir.
Betty, make us an exit, fast!
Okay, everyone, step back. I'm gonna use full power.
We got our way out. Shield Team, get everyone to the helicopters. Betty, you all right?
I'm fine. I just need a minute to recharge enough to move.
I don't think we have that much time. Barkley, do you think we can lift her with these suits?
One way to find out. You got her legs?
Yeah, the red weight limit is going off, but I think we can do this. All right, we set her down in 3, 2, 1.
Whoa, let's get back to the Eldridge. Good job, you two. You'll make fine soldiers yet.
Hey,
kids? Bored with your same old routine? Want to live like an action star? Well, now you can. We adapted our delivery drones with every weapon we can get our hands on. Now you can subscribe to our Amazon Primal service, where you'll be randomly hunted by machete-wielding robots. Keep moving and survive, and you'll be wishing you could ever feel bored again.
You would think being the general for such a massive campaign, they would at least give you a larger room. You can't even stand on your toes without bumping the ceiling.
It's fine. These days are usually only here to sleep before going back out.
I suppose. Well, at least it's cozy.
General, here are the 2 coffins you asked for, and this just came from the console.
Thank you. You're dismissed.
You were so right. It does grow on you. It makes follicles tingle. So, what does the council want?
They seem to approve of landing the mothership down and selected a spot. The humans refer to it as the Bermuda Triangle. The council thinks their 6th suspicion would be a further deterrent from possible attack. The gas pockets that actually cause the disappearances would make for an excellent source of fuel. For once, I could come across with some simple recommendations.
Oh, that's excellent news, Helen. I mean, General, I have to go clean my neck.
I'll have to keep a close eye on that one.
I will take muzzle up once you learn to behave. Now, that was it.
When you were telling me what you told the captain, something about a switchboard.
I could not learn too much from the aliens. They spoke their native language and not the others after. But I learned plenty from the prisoners. Colombian engineer apparently worked in car factory that got switched to making those armadillo weapons. The orders came from some group only known as Switchboard, which matches up to similar stories from China when my country received our new toys.
What do you think their goal is? Their motivations?
From what I hear is that they have been doing this for decades, but mostly for humanitarian reasons. Give village generator that can boil water safe. Give organic fertilizer to place a famine. My guess is that they are following the same principle. Just now that we need bigger guns, more than water in the dirt for potatoes.
Mind if I quote you for the story?
Go ahead, mister. Though I don't think that many will listen to an alleged Soviet spy speaking about the secret shadow group of gun saints and thieves.
I'll make sure that the room receives it in due time. We can begin construction immediately. Stay safe and keep someone who can reach you.
Wow, they're actually bringing down that monster of a ship. And all we got is a needle and nothing to load it with.
Turn that frown upside down, Judy. My boys say the needle can pierce just about anything and still be big enough to carry a car.
A car, you say? Now, what do we know that's the size of a car and can wreck just about anything?
That's the smile I love. You got something good in mind, don't you?
Not something, sugar. Someone.
What does this mysterious group known only as Switchboard have planned? How will it affect the fight with the aliens? And will someone just kiss already? Find out on the next thrilling adventures of Mecha Betty!
reinforcing the territories they have already captured. We urge any listeners within these territories to stay safe, as they apparently have large packs of their werewolves patrolling the streets after curfew. The latest news on the invasion? The U.S. President recently released the recordings by field reporter Kenneth Jameson of a mission to release the prisoners of a British holding facility. With Mecha Betty, they managed to free over 500 prisoners, including politicians, military personnel, and prominent members of various high-technology companies. In further news...
Hello? Guy? Yeah? I am ready to cooperate. On one condition. I want that reporter person to be here. I'll see what I can do.
So, are you gonna finally tell me that thing about Bloom? Why all the secrecy?
Well, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that things are more complicated.
Just please, tell me already.
The other day, I heard Dr. Bloom talking with someone with a strange voice in the radio room. He has apparently been the one sharing the plans for the ship, your super factory, and everything else that's been made on the Eldridge.
Oh, what?
Calm down. I think he had a good reason. Betty?
Is Bloom in here?
No, he's in his room. What's going...
Bloom! Oh, Bloomy! Bloom!
Yes, Betty. Don't tell me the super factory is broken again.
Did you do it?
Do what? I'm sorry for that I broke. I'll fix it, I promise. Hey.
Did you steal my inventions? Did you steal everyone's inventions?
Hey. How did you find out? It's not what you think. I had to do something.
Then what is it?
I work for people switchboard. Help me fund me research and only ask if I make things to save people. They just want to help. But when the aliens came, they asked me to share everything to give everyone a chance. I did it to help save the world.
You could have told us! We could have worked together! Instead, you took everyone's hard work and then claimed credit for it! Did you even invent any of those things? Is everything you've ever made stolen?
I did it to help save the world. You know how that feels, right, Betty? I did make some things. Like your arms. And your legs. I just did what I had to do. If I told Captain Hager, he would refuse to share military secrets to even our allies. Let alone some group he never heard of. He finds out. If he finds out now, I'll be tried for treason.
Betty, please, keep it down. What if someone heard you two?
Yeah, they'd be forced to do this. Dr. Bloom, I'm sorry, but you're under arrest for espionage, sharing military information, and possibly treason. I'm going to have to take you to the captain.
Lucky, wait, it's not...
Oh, I know. I heard everything. But it's not up to him to decide what needs to be done. Think of the long-term consequences of giving everyone these weapons. What if the British are involved with this group? We don't know anything about them, and you just gave them everything.
But what about all of his hard work? We got a lot of new weapons from him and this group.
I'm sure that'll help his case. Don't worry, Dr. Bloom will get a fair trial. The captain will make sure of that.
Could I speak to the captain, please?
Of course, though I have to warn you, anything you say can be used against you.
I see.
Meanwhile, the engineering bay, O'Connell and Armistead found themselves stopped by the mysterious crystalline metal. Despite his trepidation on the strange nugget, O'Connell couldn't help but swept up the Frenchwoman's quest to harness its properties.
The Faraday cage seems to work wonderfully for containing it. But so far, all of my attempts to harness its unique properties have been très mal.
It might be the triggering mechanism. It may be safer to use a wireless control, but the damn thing ends up messing up the signal, so it keeps turning itself off the second we turn it on. Any luck figuring out why it drains 10% of the power?
I believe so. Apparently, the process to make the gems is not particularly consistent. I hypothesize that the structure or imperfections of the gems make them work on different frequencies, like a radio. The possibilities for such materials are endless. If only we can figure out how to use them. Ah, Mademoiselle Betty, we could use your assistance, please.
Oh, I guess I can try.
Kenneth, please join me in my quarters.
I'll be back, Betty. I promise to let you know what happens.
Okay, I'll try to keep busy here.
Betty had been barred from entering the captain's quarters herself. Part of her still felt the urge to throw Bloom into a jail cell herself. The others worried that outburst could lead to a good man's execution.
So, what's the problem?
We have a thing.
Thing?
Yes, a thing.
What kind of a thing?
The kind of thing we should lock in a lead case until we have time to examine it. But Madame Curie over here wants to throw caution to the wind and figure out a way to use it now.
Aw, you flatter me.
That wasn't a compliment. Speaking of which, put this lead apron on.
O'Connell here is overly cautious. All of the Geiger counters showed nothing. Betty, imagine. In this ship, your fusion furnace is like a tiny sun. But this ship is so bulky and slow. What if you could have even a fraction of that power in something like a jet or a tank or
me. The generator in my mech can't keep up in a real fight. But if I had this, why can't we use it now?
Because, for one, it takes a huge chunk of our power when it isn't sealed. Power that we can barely spare between flight and all the weapon systems. Two, it screws up any kind of remote device so we can't use it in any strategic sense. And three, did I already mention that it could be killing us right now with who knows what, and you want to put it in your damn saddlebag so you can punch more aliens without taking a break?
Oh, good idea. We could attach it to the midsection here, and a switch for me to use here.
A switch would look garish. You must look magnificent as you go into battle. How about instead if you do a pose? Something both graceful and intimidating before unleashing your full might. It would be so poetic.
That sounds amazing.
That sounds ridiculous. I'm in.
Before we start, I want to say that I understand your motivations were good, but the path to hell was paved with good intentions. Dr. Bloom, you were accused of distributing classified military technologies to an unknown and possibly dangerous group.
Yes, but...
I wasn't finished. You also lied and conspired for this group during a national emergency, possibly endangering not only this ship, but also the United States. You now have two choices as a non-citizen in your services. Either you can face immediate judgment with a military tribunal, or be placed in custody immediately until such a time where we can organize a full hearing.
Hey!
Message for you, Captain, from the presidential bunker.
Hand it over. Just a moment, Bloom. Will Kenneth please join me in my quarters?
What's going on out there?
Nothing you have to concern yourself with. Now, have you come to a decision?
I can get you into contact with Switchboard. They are working on something to win against the mothership.
Mothership? What are you talking about?
The aliens came in one giant ship. Switchboard said someone in the organization found it a few weeks ago. And I think it's massive. I think it holds more than triple the forces already there.
What? How?
You needed me for something, Captain?
Yes, you are to report on deck. A chopper will be taking you to a bunker containing a British captive. Apparently wants to talk to you. Try and get something useful out of it. Dismissed.
General Helen, the mothership will be entering the atmosphere in 3 hours. We can land between 6 to 30 hours.
Why the huge difference?
With a water landing and the size of the ship, if we land quickly, it will cause massive disruptions to the planet, its populace, and the forces we have in those areas.
I suppose slow and steady wins the race.
What?
Nothing. Just a silly story they have as a simplistic social programming.
Of course, ma'am. Slow and steady it is.
Good. And keep at least 10 squadrons on guard during its entry. I'll be in my quarters preparing. Alert me if anything happens. The humans will be brimming with confidence after breaking into one of our facilities.
Of course. But I can handle the bridge until your return.
Deep under Washington, D.C., in the president's own bunker, Kenneth was led blindfolded down its deepest steps. The Reaper is not allowed to see anything from stepping onto the helicopter until finally reaching the final step.
Do not approach too closely to the cell. You can ask him whatever you wish, but your first priority is a list of questions given to you.
I understand. Do you have any idea why he asked for me?
Nope. But he has a radio outside the cell. And frankly, you're about the only thing on this damn radio lately.
My first alien fan.
I wouldn't go that far, human. I do find you interesting and more likely to listen than these barbarians.
Yes. Before we start, can I have your name?
That's those depth soldiers in class.
What do you mean by dead soldier?
They don't understand. My new learner installed English properly. Soldier means trained fighter, correct?
Yes, it does.
And all low-class soldiers are conscripted from those whose families owe large amounts of currency to the banks, correct?
No. Here it is either out of duty to volunteer or a national emergency. Why, do banks run your military?
They don't. Our world is run by the conglomerate and its corporations. I'm very confused.
Let's get back to that later. So, why are the British taking over Earth?
To increase our standing in the conglomerate. To receive full citizenship. When we conquer your world, all our debts will be wiped away, and our people will thrive.
How large are your forces? Are there any more reinforcements coming from your planet?
Reinforcements? You're joking, right? How do you call having a ship with a faster-than-light engine?
Then how did you get here?
On a faster-than-light ship.
But you just said... Is the one you arrived in the only one? Screw it. I'm leaving the rest of the questions to you, Paperboy.
Of course, we were only given one. But you mind if I ask a question?
Yes?
That's it.
It's no different than most humans. Your pheromones are off. I don't understand.
Well, it's very personal.
I'll answer more questions if you tell me.
I was born different than what I felt was right. Over time, thanks to Betty finding some people, I was able to become the man you see now.
Whoa. You can do that? You can choose without being forced by killed?
No. I mean, it's complicated. My parents took years to accept me, but there are some that would get angry if they found out.
That's still amazing. I'm very envious. How about it can shift? I would be like a great general.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's forbidden. I will always be in this form. Human Kenneth, please hide. You'll be changed or killed when my people win.
I won't hide. And if you help, then maybe you could be free to be who you are.
There is no victory for you. I am sorry.
Contact them, Doctor. It's about time I had a talk with this organization.
Yes, should be connected now. Hello?
Got it.
Yes, Dr. Bloom. Do you have anything to report?
Yes. About that. I've been lost.
Good. This is most fortuitous. I believe Captain Yeager should be there.
I am. Bloom mentioned something about a mothership.
Straight to the point, I see. Yes, a massive ship is moving into the atmosphere, approximately 8 kilometers in diameter and semi-spherical. Almost 90% of the interior is used for living quarters and weapon holdings. It could be holding dozens, if not hundreds of millions of British soldiers.
Call Admiral
That's
Fairweather.
really strong.
Prepare a coordinated nuclear assault.
I would not do that. It is already too close, and if even half of it crashed into the ocean, it would cause waves large enough to wipe out everything near the Atlantic shores. The debris in space alone would make it impossible for humanity to go into space for hundreds of years.
Then we wait for it to land and...
Either radiate the ocean, or their thousands of saucers could destroy the missiles.
Then what do you suggest?
In exchange for Dr. Bloom's safety, we will help you win once and for all.
I'm listening.
What is Switchboard's plan? Can I possibly stand up to the full might of the British forces? Why has President Van Dyne made all the donuts in the bunker's break room? Those were for everybody. Just because it's the end of the world doesn't mean you can be rude about it. Find out on the second half of the Adventures of Mecha Betty, Season season finale. Before the break, the mysterious stranger from Switchboard had revealed the incoming mothership.
So that is the plan. We have the equipment, but we need Mecha Betty and you to ensure victory.
Perhaps.
Take all the time you want, but as soon as the mothership is in range, we will begin. With or without you.
Asuka's return to the Elders. The crew had begun preparations for Switchboard's plans. The captain repeatedly looked over every detail, hoping to find something to aid Mecha Betty's assault on the flying fortress itself.
Nice.
He barely knows the rising sun piercing his window.
If these plans are correct, perhaps Betty could... No, that's a dead end. Perhaps...
Captain?
Oh, Kenneth. Please, have a seat. Anything to report?
The main thing is that they have massive reinforcements.
I know, but thank you for confirming that. Anything else?
It appears many of their troops are only fighting to pay off debts.
That is interesting, but not much use. Dismissed.
Yes, sir. I'll be with Betty if you need anything else.
Damn it! I can't order her into that thing alone. Perhaps. Can Dr. Armistead please come into my quarters? That could work.
Yes?
I've been looking over the plans Switchboard sent us, specifically for their missile, and I've been thinking it shoots a high-powered beam that can melt through most of the armor and uses your metal for the front to pierce the rest of the way.
Yes.
Simple, but I suppose it could work.
Could the idea work on a larger scale?
Pardon? How large of a scale?
Naval-class destroyer-sized.
Oh my. Perhaps. We would need to make some adjustments. But if we followed the missile, it would create a weakened section. Yes.
Elsewhere on the Elders, the feeling of dread spread through O'Connell.
Okay. Who on this rust bucket is planning something stupid?
Do them, and...
Captain! Somebody call Dr. Leo!
How is he, Doctor?
He will be fine.
That is a...
In about 8 to 10 weeks.
Damn it! Well, time to take command. No time to lollygag. We have a suicide mission to somehow survive. Hey, Bob.
Yes?
Go tell Betty to get dressed and get ready to be picked up.
And prepare the engineering bay. We need to make a rapier.
What?
You're the woman. Get going!
Yes, sir. Got everything you need, Betty?
Yes, suit is at 100%, gear is packed, toothbrush, and possibly a radioactive thing bolted to me. We really need to come up with a name for it.
Maybe when you get back. Your eye is here. Try not to explode or anything.
Will do, Head Engineer Worrywart. Hello, are you from the Switchboard?
Yes, get in.
So, where are we? I can't see.
Do not worry, I just turned off most of your suit systems. I will turn them on when we launch.
What? This was not part of the plan.
Going to radio silence now.
I'm gonna kick your...
I'm bored. This is boring. Are you sure there are no human forces attempting an attack?
No, General. It's a new pod.
Perhaps the humans haven't seen the mothership beginning its descent.
They are not that dumb. Any moment they will attack.
Moving out.
Oh, nothing is worse than sitting around waiting for a fight.
Perhaps the General would like to spar in the mech bay?
Tempting. But I'm not going to let these humans catch me by surprise again. So, how is that, Lone Ranger show coming along?
I don't know. The channel went out after we took over that region.
Right. The invasion. Oh well. What's that on the screen? Is it a smudge?
No, it's the Eldridge. It's moving very slowly and heading south. It may be damaged. There's smoke coming from it.
Finally! Order a squadron to accompany us. We are taking out that eyesore once and for all.
Meanwhile, back on the Eldridge, Barkley was violating almost every fire safety code known to the Navy.
Come on, pour some oil on this fire. We need to look convincing. O'Connell, stay back with that fire extinguisher.
Betty found herself able to move at sea again, though not much either, as she was strapped down in a small compartment filled with green gel.
Where am I? What is this stuff?
Impact gel. We are going to be hitting the mothership at Mach 3. I went ahead and have a map and location to put the override device in your suit. We will be launching in 10.
Hours? Minutes?
9. 8. 7.
Damage report.
Hull integrity is good. 2 of our cannons are offline. Our ships have surrounded the Eldridge. They can't escape.
Ha ha ha! Finally! Everything is falling into place.
Everything is falling into place, just like the captain's plan predicted. How's Switchboard's end coming along?
Switchboard is firing the needle missile. I'm seeing hundreds of contacts on the radar.
Evasive maneuvers!
No, there's
What's happening?
I can't keep track of them all. Switchboard launched thousands of missiles. I can't tell which one Betty is on.
Hopefully the British can't tell either.
There is nothing quite like imminent victory.
Ma'am!
What?
It was a trap! They're launching missiles from the coast. There are thousands!
Evasive maneuvers. Direct fire at them. No, they're after the mothership. Shoot them down. Shoot them all down.
We can't. There's too many. Predictions indicate you'll shoot down 2%. And of course, at the mothership, we will take another 5.
What's going on? We're going too fast. I feel like I'm getting crushed.
We are almost there. I will be ejecting right before impact.
What?
Good luck.
Oh! Ow! Did we... Oh, right. Ejected. How do we get out? Okay. I'm on the alien ship.
Mecha Betty to Eldridge. The needle worked, and also, I hate Switchboard.
But they do know how to make amendments. Now get going and get this over with.
Yes, sir.
Intruder. All right. Looks like I just have to get to the center of the ship. Simple enough.
What is happening? Somebody tell me.
The missiles are bombarding the mothership. Negligible damage. Most of them appear to have malfunctioned and pierced the hull.
You idiot. That hull can take Muteus at supersonic speeds. There is no possible way for them to pierce the hull unless they were built to.
Then what could they possibly be up to? It doesn't make any sense.
No. This was their plan all along. Lieutenant Lee, take command of this ship. Get us back to the mothership as fast as possible. Tell them to open the closest launch bay and alert all soldiers inside.
I don't understand.
Those missiles were for a boarding party. They are trying to take the mothership.
Betty to Eldridge. I'm getting closer to the core of the ship. There is heavy resistance, and I'm using up too much power. What's happening outside?
They seem to be onto you. Most of the fleet is returning to the mothership.
Barkley, what is this woman doing to my ship?
It's called Plan B, O'Connell. Now let her finish.
Plan B? I'm not doing that bad. I just need to use my key for this door. And I'm in. Oh, wow, this looks a lot different than I imagined. Well, I figured it was after all, I designed it to copy the ones from the saucers. course. It looks nice for an engine room.
Just plant the device and get ready to move. You don't need to be on it when it forces those bastards back home before frying.
All right. I just need to... Ah!
How dare you? Why won't you just stop getting in my way?
Well, sorry to be a bother. I guess I just can't help it.
Pathetic. What was your plan? To starve us into submission?
Wait, what?
Well, it won't work. Even if you blew up our food processors, we have enough stocked to last months.
This isn't your engine room?
Of course not. This is the human that gave me so much trouble. Oh, please stop. It's almost too pathetic. This is General Helen, ordering a complete evacuation of the main engine section. I repeat, this is General Helen. Evacuate the main engine section. We are preparing for emergency separation. Wait, I never gave such an order. What are you doing? This is Helen. Do not follow that order. It's a... Ah!
Sweet.
Damn you!
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know exactly what's going on. Armistead, I hope this works. But whatever happens, I'm not gonna let you get away. I am Mecha Betty. This is my world, and with the tools my friends and I have built, we will not let you or anyone else take away our home. I am 2 tons of power, and I will pour everything into this attack. I will pour everything into this attack.
What? What are you doing? What is that ridiculous pose? But you know what? Never mind. I'm just going to crush you now and take back my ship.
What? What's going on? The crystal isn't working?
What's happening?
We must be outside the crystal's range. We have to get closer.
Plan B?
Plan B. I will be taking over the helm.
If you say so.
Shit! Plan B, everyone! Everyone, lock down!
Remember, Mr. O'Connell, we have to be going...
Yeah, I know, ridiculously fast. Setting engines for 300% and furnace for maximum power. All guns locked in a forward position. I'm sorry, girl. Looks like this is gonna be your last flight. Engines are 200% and climbing. %250%, 275, 300.
Haha! Let's see how these aliens deal with the proper Parisian crust.
We're going too fast. We're gonna blow at any moment now.
Where is your fortitude, O'Connell? The Eldridge has the endurance. That mothership will be split apart with its final thrust.
Betty, hold on to something. We're coming.
I am done playing games with you, human. Now pray to whatever deity you hold dear and say your final...
Final words, huh? How about I pour everything into this attack?
Ah!
Okay?
Yeah, hey everyone, this is your active captain speaking. Fire at everything that moves. Everyone else, suit up. We're going to get back Betty.
No can do, sir. Engineering bay is trashed. All the doors are sealed shut. It'll take us a while to cut our way out.
Damn it! Armistead, you're in charge. Keep the guns blazing and cover for me.
What?
No point in having a gun arm if I'm just gonna sit around. I'll go back up Betty. You guys get out of here. Focus on getting the Eldridge ready to pull out.
Section.
Double the ship shook, the top section coming loose as the rest fell into the ocean, and with a sonic boom, it vanished. The remaining section rocked. The entire sections of the ship collapsed. Many began to flood from where the Eldridge pierced its side.
As you say, greetings and salutations. We are Switchboard. Our agents have commandeered your faster-than-light engine, and right now it's powering down somewhere outside the solar system. Far, far out of your reach. You have come to conquer, now you are the ones conquered. We know about how you work. We know that you need the engine if you ever wish to go home. And now we have leverage over you.
Huh? That was their plan? But...
Oh... They what? Oh, no.
Ma'am, all of our communications just came back up. What should we do?
No, this wasn't supposed to happen. You were backwoods barbarians. An easy victory to finally drag our world into prosperity. I was supposed to come back a hero for my children. Lieutenant Lee, tell all of our forces to surrender. We're done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. You are a magnificent soldier. I was the one who failed.
On that day, the invasion was over. What had been seemingly unwinnable war had shifted into a victory. But for whom? Unfortunately, the crew of the Eldridge could not rest to ponder this.
Never did understand why he put in this recording device, but I guess it's alright. I hope everyone's okay. Well, looks like we won. Captain, if you're listening to this, it was fun taking your seat. Though it was just a bit too big for me. Oh, this water's cold. Finally get to Bermuda and it's freezing, just my luck. Well, take care, everyone. Don't go doing anything I would.
We are gathered here today to mark the passing of a great man. I have only known him for less than a year. It's hard to believe. Only a few months ago, we were strangers going to a fair to see what the future had in store for us. And now I'm having trouble imagining a time without him. Thank you. Thank you.
Come here, Kenny. It's gonna be okay.
I'm not particularly good at this kind of thing. The kid was a smart-ass, impulsive, and always there. Like, seriously, you couldn't get rid of him. Seemed like you could always turn to him, whether you wanted to or not. He was a good kid. Damn good kid.
I mostly knew him as slightly patient. Even in great pain, even when he was doing so much, I have
Order has prevailed.
Forget all the bad things. At least for a moment. Captain Yeager wished to be here, but he's still recovering. He wrote down something for me to say on his behalf. Barkley was a fine soldier, a fantastic sailor, and had the makings of a great leader. I wish that I could have seen him rise to his potential. And for a moment, we saw it on that ship. May he rest in peace.
And with their farewell to their comrades, the people of Earth began to rebuild. Their would-be conquerors managed to docile aboard on the wreckage of their mothership. The remaining governments of the world watching warily, unsure what Switchboard has in mind for them. Even as I speak, they are preparing for the worst.
You slipped into first person again. If you insist on such a dramatic telling of the event, you can at least do it properly.
I apologize, but do you understand why I had to tell you of this?
Yes. You believe that we should directly confront the conglomerate, which is impossible. A war between the Federation and the conglomerate would mean the destruction of hundreds of worlds. They follow their laws, and we ours, though your second recommendation can be considered.
That is what...
Though it's a flimsy premise, the Earth thinks that you did have a member of the species that seems faster than light travel. And there is...
They also managed to achieve victory. Thus, the conglomerate cannot lay claim to it.
Fine. They will hold it, though. Begin sending them and prepare them to make their kills.
What'd I miss? You fell asleep after the first episode, and I'll arrest it myself. Why do I have to get saddled with a second head if it's going to be too late to do anything?
Oh, you don't mean that. Well, I can't wait to get back to Earth and find out what happens next.
Activities.
Welcome, listeners, to the Adventures of Macabetty. This tells the true tales of our dimension's greatest heroes. So sit for a spell and listen. We find our heroes driving towards the convention center for the New World's Fair. Mechanical wonderkin Betty was enjoying a nice chat with her childhood friend and fledgling reporter, Kenneth.
So what did you do this week while I was holed up in my workshop?
Well, I visited my parents.
Oh, how did that go?
Pretty good, actually. I think spending a few years apart helped a lot. Plus, it's pretty hard to have awkward silences when your siblings keep asking for more stories.
Haha! Well, how did those stories go over with your folks?
Well, they thought I was lying till I showed them the pictures I took. My mom nearly fainted when she saw the one with a werecat thing over in Germany. I gave my dad one of the claws and he showed it off to his friends with a picture. He said, "Look at what my boy took down. Betcha none of you guys could have done it." That was pretty nifty. So, how's your mom?
Still the toughest mechanic in Virginia. Nearly busted my door off the hinges when I said I was too busy for dinner. Whew. According to her, I was working 3 days straight and pretty loopy from trying to get the super factory working in time for today.
Well, you did, and I bet you're going to win this thing.
It's not a contest, Kenneth. It's the New World's Fair. It's about scientists and inventors from around the world showing what the future might have in hold for us. Oh, the possibilities!
I know, but gosh, your invention sure is swell.
I can't find it anywhere.
For using it to build this nifty camera that lets me see my pictures before I develop them.
Well, with any luck, I can do it a lot more than that. It would be great to use some of the other attendees' blueprints to see if I can actually make anything.
They arrived to the fair, and with some help, they put the super factory inside their booth. Row upon row was filled with gadgets, gizmos, and even the occasional contraption. Betty and Kenneth decided to explore a bit before the fair officially opened to the public. The devices they saw ranged from sun-powered electrical generators to powerful computational devices that can fit in the palm of your hand. Betty became more and more excited as her head filled with the possibilities of each invention as Kenneth took pictures.
Betty, if you get any more excited, you might blow up.
This is just so fantastic. I really wish I could try some of these out.
Golly, they even have flying saucers.
Betty looked up to where Kenneth was looking and saw them, an armada of alien aircraft descending from the sky in droves. As they unleashed the first volley of irradiated beams, the patrons of the showcases' gasps of wonderment turned into high-pitched screams of terror.
It's the communists!
No, it's Martians!
Betty quickly realized the panic would only make things worse and sprung into action.
Oh, everyone, please stay calm. There's a fallout shelter inside the convention center. After everyone is inside, barricade the doors and stay quiet.
As the people followed the calm-headed Betty into the fallout shelter, the first of the ships began to land in the gardens of the convention center. Marble statues toppled and crushed beneath the metal of their landing gear. From the ships marched several humanoid creatures accompanied by large, ferocious beasts. They reviewed their landing zone and sized up the building, ready to take it by force. Kenneth stayed behind and took picture after picture of the invaders. Betty ran back after him.
Are you trying to get yourself killed?
It's my job.
Got it.
I have to do this, and by golly, I will learn everything I can.
Ah, but you will learn nothing if you get a laser bolt through your thick skull.
Before the two could finish their argument, the invaders reached the door and began unleashing ferocious, energized bolts of atomic energy, splintering the wood and iron until it came off its frame. While the tall, slender alien spotted the two and began firing, one of its blasts piercing Betty's legs and another through her shoulder.
Betty!
Kenneth used his camera to repeatedly flash the alien and began to drag the injured Betty back to the fallout shelter. Blasts pierced the hallways, but being partially blinded by the intrepid reporter, its shots were as inaccurate as a Coney Island carnival game. They barely managed to escape into the shelter before it closed.
Is there a doctor in the room?
Almost every hand went up before Kenneth remembered what kind of convention he was at.
A medical doctor?
Stay calm. I am the surgeon here.
From the crowd came Dr. Leo, a famous surgeon. His large frame and seemingly flawless features made him seem more likely to be an action movie star than a medical professional. He began to examine the wound and called out to the other doctors to find tools and supplies for performing the impromptu surgery. The aliens could be heard searching for and blasting any humans that were left behind. Despite the occasional scream of terror, Dr. Leo's hands were as steady in practice as a conductor playing his 1000th concert. In what felt like hours, the surgery was complete. Kenneth offered a towel for the doctor to wipe away his perspiration.
That's the best I could do under given circumstances. Thankfully, their weapons have no bullets to clean out. Though there may be other things to them to worry about.
Now we have to worry about the invaders.
Will they escape the invaders? Will Betty survive her injuries? Tune in next time and find out. Welcome back, faithful listeners. I hope you got your hand far away from that dial. Betty has been shot by otherworldly invaders, apparently bent on conquering the Earth, and thanks to the wondrous workings of Dr. Leo, she is stable. But for how long?
I am afraid she may not make it. Without some sort of life support, she not going to last much longer.
There must be something we can do!
If I was in my lab, I have a mechanical life support suit. My only part is done.
My super factory. But there is more to this than saving me. I have an idea.
Betty had the scientists gather around her, bouncing ideas and adjusting Dr. Bloom's life support suit's designs, adding weapons, gadgets, the combined genius of the world's greatest minds working for one common goal, a weapon to defeat the alien menace.
Are you even sure your fat kid super factory can even build this?
Yes, though there is a flaw with the design.
Yes, it's spoiled it too. With a redesign, to make all this work, you need to be permanently built onto someone, onto you.
Right now, we need to think about surviving the day. I'll deal with the existential questions after we make it.
Good point, Dr. Betty.
With their plans set, the scientists figured out how to use the convention center surveillance equipment. The aliens, finding no more humans to hunt down, had either left for the city or were patrolling their landing zone. The beasts they brought were sniffing around.
Those monsters. They look like wolves. And killer whales!
Whale wolves?
Apparently, the genetic research must be hundreds of years more advanced than ours. Those things could sniff us out in minutes. But the hallways are clear for now. So now or never. I suggest now.
Using a gurney, a group of volunteers quickly pushed Betty through the hallways, making a beeline straight for the super factory.
Once I'm inside, push the button and insert the schematics into the scanner. The machine will take care of the rest.
Betty, please be right about this.
When have I ever been wrong about anything?
Well, there was that one time you launched me into that tree.
I wasn't wrong. You just somehow gained 5 pounds in 5 minutes and threw off my calculations.
And with a pneumatic hiss, their childhood memories were cut short as the machine closed and began its task. As the brave volunteers scamper back and forth, gathering anything not nailed down to barricade the doors, the whale wolves howled. Their nostrils flared as they breathed in the scent of their prey, their alien masters following not too far behind. Within moments, the whale wolves were scratching at the doors, but their impromptu defenses held, keeping the doors closed. But for how long?
That's not gonna hold out much longer. Even less if they start using their lasers.
How long is this gonna take?
I have no idea. It made my camera but turning a person into whatever she will be, that's a different story.
Yes, they had to be around here somewhere.
Is this really the time for champagne?
I think it's the best time. Even though we are celebrating the creation of a entirely new being, are we enjoying the last few minutes before being ripped to shreds by abomination?
You must die. Good point. A toast then.
A toast to and even humanity.
They took a moment to drink as the beast continued to shred the door until finally one managed to peek its head inside.
They're getting in, Doctor.
Stay back. I'll fend them off, even if I have to breathe on them.
No, Doctor. I got this.
Distracted by the whale wolves, the group did not notice the machine's hum fade as it completed its task. The tile cracked and splintered into ceramic bits underneath the weight of Betty, her new body standing 7 feet tall. Parts shifted and moved as they calibrated.
I think it's time to show them what a little human ingenuity can do.
Mecha Betty launched herself at the barricade as Kenneth and the rest jumped out of the way. Wood and metal alike were smashed and tossed aside like straw. Betty grabbed one of the whale wolves, its body helpless in her behemoth hands as she tossed it like a softball into the incoming aliens. They were knocked over like 9 pins, but Betty was not finished yet. The hulking chest plate opened up to reveal a cannon. The air grew electric in the moments it charged. Her feet fired anchors into the ground before a blinding light ripped through the room. The aliens disappeared, and in the line of fire were their ships. Most of their frames simply vanished as the rest burned in atomic fire.
Betty, are you okay?
I believe so. Did you get shorted?
Ah, seems like your sense of humor is still intact, Betty. Now, how about we finish off that bottle of champagne?
That sounds like a good idea, Doctor.
Will Mecha Betty live long enough to contemplate her transformation? Will Kenneth finally ask Betty out to dancing? And can any dance floor handle 2,000 pounds of armor and weaponry? Find out next time on The Adventures of Mecha Betty!
Welcome back to Mecha Betty, the only show you are currently listening to. Probably. When we last left our heroes, they were flushed with success of not only defeating the alien squad, but also in Mecha Betty herself. Her new body, shining in chrome and filled to the brim with weaponry, easily dispatched the enemy. But how much can one woman do against a seemingly inexhaustible force? Her and her scientists from the convention convey are trying to figure out what to do next.
Your government must have some sort of security plan.
For something we didn't even know existed?
I mean, some sort of plan for an attack or invasion. Surely, for all of your country's fear-mongering of communism, you had some sort of plan for war broke out, and there's no fallout shelters with actual supplies nearby. The one we were in couldn't keep more than 100 for a week. Tell me, is there some sort of plan?
Dr. Leo, please calm down. Even if our country, or even all of the countries in the world, are in shambles, we're here. I know we can come up with something.
There's no way these things took over the country so quickly. Right now, they are just trying to do as much damage as they can to make us afraid, so Panic can finish what they started. The real fight is just getting started.
Well, hey, ma'am, it's nice to see you doing well. You were in pretty awful shape when we put you in that machine.
Thank you for your help. Did you want anything? We're a bit busy trying to figure out our next move.
Actually, that's why I'm here. I'm Ensign Barkley of the USS Eldridge, which is currently undergoing repairs. So the aliens have probably not attacked it yet. Betty, a battleship would be a much, much better position for fighting back against this menace than this place.
That's a good idea. At the very least, it would be a better defended place to come up with a plan. But how will we move everyone?
We will arrive there in style. Just give me an hour.
Grabbing Kenneth's camera and making some adjustments, she took pictures of the remaining pieces of the alien ship and any other pieces of alien technology. She returned to the convention hall and strapped a super factory to her back, her body adjusting and incorporating the miracle machine to herself.
What are you doing, Betty?
Making ourselves a ride.
Mecha Betty was no longer an ordinary human being. Dr. Leo's and Bloom's adjustments to suit designs connected her nervous system and her brain to the suit. And though the suit was also connected to the super factory, Kenneth's camera allowed her to scan and create blueprints of alien technology. A whirlwind of mathematical formulas and schematics moved through her mind as she pieced together her plan. The super factory building parts as fast as Betty could put in the raw materials from the wrecked ships. Giant twisted beams of steel went through her hands into a hungry maw of factory and came out just as quickly as new components. Kenneth walked back to the group and let Betty continue her work.
What do you suppose she's doing over there?
Apparently making us some sort of vehicle, I think.
Given that an hour ago, I thought she wouldn't live this long. She is amazingly active. I am worried about her body, her real body. Listen here. If we had more time and resources, we're not here to take so many shortcuts. Simply put, you can access her body to no longer live without the assistance of a life support system. And that is it. Somehow we can manage to remove her for once she is in without killing her. I don't believe that. Yes, for now she's stuck, but given all the crazy things that happened today, I think anything is possible. For now, though, let's just focus on helping her however we can.
Kenneth brushed away a tear, his heart a mix of regret and worry for his best friend, but their depressing conversation was interrupted by Betty calling for them. What had once been a pile of broken down ships was now a massive new vehicle, a strange, massive jet with mechanical leg-like landing gear.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Artemis.
As if on cue, the engines of the ship reared and hummed to life. Its doors opening for the convention attendees to enter. Betty's cheerfulness, however, dwindled as she counted the survivors. Of the roughly 500 attendees to the convention, it seemed that only 300 had followed her to the fallout shelter. Perhaps some had escaped the city.
with their possible deaths weighed heavy onto her new titanium heart. She brushed away these thoughts to get back at the task at hand, making sure the rest survived and the aliens were stopped.
This is your captain speaking. Please buckle your seatbelts. I'm afraid there might be a bit of turbulence. Could anyone Barkley please join me in the front cabin?
The inside of the ship was simple, but polished. Hundreds of craft chairs bolted to the floor. The passengers could comfortable, but for escape ship built at a moment's notice, it was more than sufficient. Barkley left his seat and walked to the aisle to the pilot's cabin. Like the rest of the ship, it was cramped, barely enough room for Mecha Bay herself, let alone anyone else.
Think you can get into your ship from the air?
I can give it a go.
Barkley pulled a map from his pocket and began scribbling some notes.
Alright, so, we are here in Long Island, New York. If we head straight west-southwest, it'll be about 165 miles to Philadelphia. If we follow the Delaware River, we'll spot the USS Eldridge, guaranteed.
Bay began flipping switches, causing the ship to rise into the air. The sleek nose cone pointing west-southwest. Betty pushed the cabin microphone button.
Hello again, everybody. This is your captain speaking.
I can't find it anywhere.
We're making a trip to Philadelphia. If you haven't already, fasten your seatbelts. We're going to see how fast this thing can go.
Did I ever mention I hate flying? Because I did. It's going to be fine, Dr. Blue. I'm sure Betty knows what she's doing. I hope.
The survivors fastened as tightly as they could, gripping the cabin or each other as the engines roared. The view from the few windows became nothing but a blur of colors and lights as they picked up speed. Will Betty and the rest make it to the USS Bridge? Will they be able to mount a counteroffensive against the alien menace? Will they be able to hold on to their launches? Find out after the break.
You know why? Cause I don't give a fuck. That's why it doesn't matter whether I'm cool or not. Just a taste of the word gives me the gut rock. It's not pop to just stop like a blood clot. Cause we're here to blow up like we came from Iraq. Electronica embezzled by hip hop. Here to kick ass until our heart stops. Hipsters put on their cool shades, and thrifters keep the money they've been paid. And drifters have nothing to say but buying lifters. Don't give a damn what they say.
Wait, undeceivable, shit's unbelievable. You never ever guessed you'd hear this mix, it's inconceivable. Ouch, too hot, baby, back out of the kitchen. This is what you love at 104, so daddy, quit your bitch. I'm a poisonous affliction with a fireball addiction. Man, it burns like hell and tastes like heaven. You say bold, ditching. Now I got you campus itching. This is music for your children. If you never heard the cue before, you don't know what you're missing. Hey!
blood like Neanderthal. The choir got everybody dancing, dog. Yell on that X, I'm a sentinel, standing tall. No time to stand still.
I'm running sense out of the well.
The challenge my rap savvy, I sway like Callaway. I'm ahead, you'll never catch me. Ain't worry about it unless I spit Christmas gifts. My crew lighting up trees, you a screw to this. Menage a Quad, the name of my team supreme. They biting now, so I'm tossing out teeth and rings. You said you wanted bling, flossing ain't what you mean. You got baby teeth, though they pulling wisdom from me. Get neutered, respect the shooter of medulla. Give an inch, I'll take 5,280 rulers. Royalty around me and mine, we all sires. Words in Paris, we hot, that's French fire.
Before the break, our heroes were flying at ridiculous speeds on the Artemis, heading towards Philadelphia to try and organize a fight against the otherworldly plague. Unfortunately, several small alien fighters spotted the Artemis.
Kenneth, get in here now!
He found that to be a challenge as the ship turned and shifted violently to avoid the barrage of incoming fire. Eventually, he managed to get to the cabin, switching places with Ensign Barkley.
Yes, Betty?
Remember that biplane you flew from Shangri-La?
The one I crashed?
Yeah, I'm going to need you to fly the ship like that while I fend off the aliens on our trail.
Kenneth gulped audibly as he took the controls from Betty and continued dodging and weaving through clouds as numerous beams of death tried to hit the Artemis.
Don't worry, I'm just gonna head out and go give these aliens a stern talking to.
As she said this, she popped open the door where the high altitude caused her to be sucked down in an instant before it automatically closed itself. The wind whipped and howled against her chassis when she spotted the first alien. She fired a magnetic grappling hook into the flying saucer and pulled herself up.
I'll get to you in a second. I'll deal with your friends first.
Using a cable from her grappling hook as a set of horse reins, she stood on the ship and fired her chest cannon at the second saucer, cutting it in half. The burning pieces falling into the lake, thoroughly scarring a herd of cows. McAvey could not help but gloat a bit on the radio.
This is so much fun. I really wish I had this for that fight with PH Doom's inbox.
Betty, I'm a bit busy trying to not crash this biplane.
Hush, you're going to do just fine. I'm just bad at landings. Just try not to do that until I get back.
McAvey used a super factory to produce a heat-seeking missile and launched it at another saucer.
How about some hot apple pie straight from the oven?
The ballistic device launched and homed into the saucer. Its attempts to dodge were useless as the missile finally found its mark. Blowing the ship to smithereens, all that was left was the saucer she was standing on. She punched through it like it was cheap drywall, causing the engine to burst into flames.
This is not your captain speaking. Get the fuck out now.
With a mighty leap, she jumped off the burning saucer towards the Artemis, leaving a startled alien pilot falling in the wreckage of its ship as the passengers gasped in horror at a sudden impact, but were calmed when it was Betty who returned to the ship.
Kenny, you can let me take over now.
Oh, thank God. I think I'm gonna throw up.
Please don't. I didn't think to build a bathroom with this thing.
I make no promises.
Okay, Betty, I've spotted the Eldridges. Heading straight south down the river, just as I thought it would be. We'll be caught up in just a minute.
Betty grabbed the intercom.
Thank you all for your patience. We will be landing in just a minute. Thank you for flying with us on Air Artemis. We promise next time will involve less laser fights. Yeah.
Barkley raided the USS Eldridge, letting them know the Artemis was a friendly ship, and that its passengers could help fight back against the aliens. As they landed, the ship was surrounded by soldiers with weapons directed at the hatch. What will happen to our heroes now? Will the Navy trust a 7-foot-tall robot woman to lead them to victory? Find out in the next episode of Mecha Betty! Welcome back to the adventures of Mecha Betty! Mecha Betty is brought to you by my parent vitamin, caffeine. When you start vibrating, you know it's working. When we last left our heroes, they were landing on what little space was available on the deck of the USS Elbridge. The robotic landing gear balancing the Artemis as the stairs descended and the door hissed open. Despite Barclay radioed assurance that they were friendly, the crew were not taking any chances with the mysterious flying machine, the Artemis, and the possibility of being a Trojan horse. Kenneth exited first and probably vomited onto the desk, finding himself staring down the barrel of a soldier's rifle.
Hello?
What are you doing here?
Barclay brought us here.
Barclay's alive? I thought for sure the aliens would have got me. Alright, everyone get out. Captain asked us to escort whoever radioed this ship and someone named, Betty.
Hearing his name, Barclay exited the Artemis, and upon seeing one of their fellow crewmen, the tension dropped, though their guns still remained fixed on Kenneth and the exit of the ship.
Whoa, calm down there, fellas. These people are civilians, not aliens. Now, in just a second, my friend Betty's gonna come out of that ship. Don't shoot her. She's 8 feet tall and made of metal. That's just going to piss her off.
And then Dr. Bloom chimed in.
Yeah, don't pick a fight with a 7-foot-tall robot woman, or she'll kick your ass so hard you'll be begging for the Brits to come save you.
Betty cautiously exited the ship, her hulking frame and giant mechanical fists barely making it through the door. The sailors tightened their grip on their weapons. One could be heard swearing loudly as a sailor can do.
Sweet fucking mother of Jesus, what the hell is that? Captain didn't say anything about no damn robot.
I'm Betty, and if you would all be so kind as to lower your weapons, there are some frightened people in here who don't need any more excitement for today.
With a reassuring nod from Barclay, the sailors finally lowered their weapons and allowed the civilians to exit, while the survivors watched on, ate, and were crowded into any available space on the destroyer-class ship. Betty, Kenneth, Ensign Barclay, Dr. Leo, and the not-so-handsome Dr. Bloom met with Captain Yeager. Barclay told a riveting tale of how Betty single-handedly destroyed almost a dozen saucers in the last few hours. Afterwards, Betty explained the super factory and the things it could do.
And that's why we're here. Barclay told us this would be a better place to come up with a plan. Do you have any ideas, Captain Yeager?
I do. And I'm glad you came. If I were a religious man, I would say that this is a damn miracle you came to this exact ship with that device.
What do you mean?
This ship was slated for an experiment a few months ago. Something that would give us unparalleled air superiority. I don't quite understand it, but basically the Eldridge is supposed to be flying by now, but for some reason it's not working, and with the normal engines cut out, this thing is dead in the water and completely useless. We can't even use the damn guns without a working generator. If you can do all those things, then perhaps you can get this thing working, and we can actually do something.
He pauses for a second and looks out over the deck. The gleaming Artemis gave him an idea.
I want all of you to go down to the engine room and talk to Engineer O'Connor. He'll get you started. Inside, get a line to Admiral Fairweather. We need to be ready to coordinate with whatever forces we still have.
As the gears of the military began to shift into place, Betty and the others found themselves below deck, where crewmen and engineers were busy working non-stop to try and get the Eldridge working. There, among the sparks and wiring, stood a large barrel-chested man. His build reminded Betty of a retired monk, powerful but with a noticeable pouch. Betty got his attention, and despite the fact she was 2 feet taller and 1,000 pounds of titanium armor power, he seemed the more intimidating of the two.
Are you the engineer in charge?
Yes, I am the head engineer. What do you need?
Captain Yeager told me that this ship was meant to fly, and we need it airborne immediately.
No, there is no possible way this ship will fly. They gave me a generator that can only produce enough power to theoretically lift half my ass, let alone the Eldridge. There is no way in hell this thing will take off.
Using some alien technology and my super factory, I built a fusion reactor that can produce up to 1.21 gigawatts. Will that be enough to lift your whole ass?
Except with that, maybe. Well, what are you all standing around for? We have to do the impossible. Fight alien armada, and it sure as hell be done before the last call at the pub.
Betty gathered up any survivors with useful skills to help assist O'Connor being USS Eldridge airborne. The grizzled engineer addressed the ragtag group in his usual kind and thoughtful demeanor.
Remember, this is my ship. You're all just stowaways until you prove yourself useful. So either get to work or I'll toss you off myself. Now get those cables hooked up tight or you'll light us up like a Christmas tree.
While this was happening, Admiral Fairweather was helping set up a counterattack.
All he needed was to make one phone call to the most secure location in the country. The President's underground bunker, and current headquarters of the military's best strategists. Sadly, they could not provide the good news that the President wanted to hear.
Do we have anything that can effectively fight these things without losing 10 of our men for every one of theirs?
The heads of the military were saved from embarrassment by the Secretary interrupting the conference.
Yes?
Sir, there's a call for you. Apparently there's a new development.
Give me the phone. Hello. Yes, Admiral. Yes. I know about the Philadelphia experiment. It's not done, is it? Civilian scientists are working on it. With a giant robot woman? Admiral, have you been smoking the Mary Jane? If she can do what you say she can, then you have all my full support. What did you say she was called? Thank you. You and your men will restore the people's hopes. Godspeed and good luck. Where's my press secretary? I need to address the people now.
Will the USS Elbridge fly? Will Megabetti restore hope to the people? Will this affect President Van Dyne's chance for re-election? Tune in after the break to find out. folks, to the adventures of Mecha Betty! Brought to you by Zirkelblatt, the finest supplier of international radio transmitters. If it's not Zirkelblatt, it's not piercing the fabric of space and time. When we last left our heroes, they were working with Engineer O'Connor to get the USS Elbridge airborne. The ship was part of an experiment to harness a newly discovered exotic material that was given a proper charge would be repelled by the Earth's magnetic field, allowing it to float in the same way it currently floats on water. The crew had already begun to tear apart the armors for parts. Betty had to resist the urge to stop them and decide to go into the vacant engine room to get to work. Betty, using her super strength and precision laser cut to rebuild the engine room to accommodate the massive fusion furnace being built piece by piece. Scientists and inventors from the convention worked around the clock to install and understand each part of the furnace. What they lacked in time, they made up in sheer manpower. Each engineer from the Eldridge crew became the leader of 20 or more civilians, forming inopportune assembly lines around the super factory which pumped out parts at a lightning pace. Kenneth worked alongside Betty, knowing his friend enjoyed a good chat while building.
This reminds me of those stories your mom used to tell us about working at the aircraft factory during the war. Everyone doing whatever they can to help. It's a shame it takes a disaster or a war to see people work together like this.
Kenneth put his hand on Betty's shoulder, surprised on how warm the metal was.
Betty, I'm sorry.
What for?
It's my fault. It's my fault that you're in that thing.
Betty stopped welding and turned to her friend and gently placed her massive hand on his shoulder.
Kenny, I'm fine. And I'm alive thanks to you. Besides, you know me. If I ever thought of something like this, I probably would have just done it to see if I could. Remember when we were kids and I tried to add jacks to my mom's paraglider plane after listening to Buck Rogers? Once I think something is possible, then I just have to try and do it.
Yeah, and you just had to test that thing out when our Girl Scout troop was camping out at Mount Rogers. Betty, no offense, but something that can be snuck around in 2 hiking packs is not meant to fly, let alone try and break the sound barrier.
At least the parachutes worked.
Yeah, thanks for putting my real name on it.
Aw, it was no problem, Kenny. Well, it was kind of difficult embroidering Kenneth in 5-foot-tall letters. But it was worth it. The look on your face was priceless.
What? The one where I was screaming in terror? Or the one where I was laughing like a maniac when we hit the ground?
No,
what I call
the one where the girls started calling you Kenny.
Yeah, I couldn't stop smiling the rest of the trip. Betty?
All the excitement and work finally caught up to Betty. Despite her mechanical muscles, her mind and body still needed to rest, and she fell asleep resting against the hull of the ship. The light snores echoed from her electronic voice box. Kenneth laid his head on her forearm.
I guess we could both rest our eyes for a bit. Good night, Betty.
Good night, Kenny.
Will Mecha Betty and Kenneth be able to enjoy their nap? Will the USS Elbridge be up and running in time to make a difference? Will there be enough coffee for the crew to stay awake? Find out after Bye-bye.
What is it?
Before the break, our heroes were taking a nap. The fusion furnace was nearing completion when the ship rocked, stirring our duo awake. They raced up to the deck when they spotted a squadron of alien ships bombing the docks. Fishing boats and Navy support ships were blown to smithereens. The Eldridge anti-aircraft guns began firing 50 caliber cases that hit the deck and burnt. Deckhands swept them out of the way while others stood to replace the ammo boxes as needed. The giant rounds found their marks, but the dense metal of the saucers could take a beating, taking dozens of hits before finally exploding. The saucers scattered from a tight formation when one of them burst.
Need a reload!
Reload ready!
And with that, while his gun rejoined the fight, the massive gun swiveling, firing ahead of the fast-moving saucers, forcing them to fly right into his fire.
Betty, we need a hand here.
Sure thing.
Betty's foot anchored lashed onto the deck, stabilizing her as she fired. She couldn't risk running out of power with her chest cannon, so she decided to use her precision lasers. 3 beams caught a saucer. Lasers as hot as the surface of the sun came from the emitters on her fist, with a third coming from her eye, gouging deep holes into the ship's armor. With that and a few well-placed rounds from Barclay's deck gun caused the ship to turn into a ball of fire. Betty sliced through dozens of enemy aircraft's armor, allowing the deck guns to mow them down in droves. Suddenly the ship rocked again, but this time it was under the ship's own power.
Captain, the furnace is working. We're powering up now.
Prepare for liftoff.
Kenneth grabbed onto Betty's leg as the ship began to rise. The ship swayed back and forth, signaling until the gyroscope stabilized it. The fusion furnace took the massive explosion force of hydrogen atoms forced together into helium and fueled 1.21 gigawatts directly into the mysterious gem-encrusted chamber. The Eldridge pushed against its earthly tethers as it rose, its guns never stopping for more than a second to wipe out the last of the alien squadrons. Cheers echoed across the ship.
It worked!
With the USS Eldridge airborne, things are certainly looking up for our heroes. Will they continue defeating the aliens, or will one ship and a mechanized firecracker of a dame not be enough? Will President Van Dyne's upcoming speech give hope to the people, or will it be a bunch of hot air? Find out next time on the adventures of Mecha Betty! Welcome, listeners, to the adventures of Mecha Betty. Thanks to the miracle science, you can hear me no matter what dimension you're currently occupying. Sit tight and listen to the true tales of heroism, ingenuity, and the adventures from another world.
My fellow Americans, today we have had a miraculous yet frightening realization that we are not alone in the universe. Yet this unprovoked attack has not brought us to our knees like they expected. Instead, it has pushed us into showing strengths we did not know we had. At the New World's Fair, which was meant to be a peaceful gathering of the greatest achievements mankind has to offer, the aliens sowed the seed of their own undoing and proved that when we work together, we can accomplish great things. Right now, we have a hero, a symbol of the world's resolve. We have Mecha Betty. But she cannot do it alone. This country cannot do this alone. We need to follow that example and hold together as one people, one world. I ask the leaders of every country to set aside old rivalries and grudges to work together.
The President will now take a few questions.
Mr. President, what exactly is a Mecha Betty?
A hero. She's a hero, and no further questions. I have to go talk, organize the counterattack against the alien menace.
Mr. President, you didn't answer the question. Who is she? What can she do? Where is she? What's going on?
Sorry, I can't hear you. My chopper is ready.
While President Van Dyne was rousing the people, Captain Yeager was preparing the crew for the first mission in the skybound Eldridge. Admiral Fairweather had told him that there was so far they had no luck finding a live alien, and it was the key to begin to understand the enemy.
According to our people, the stuff that makes us fly also bamboozles radar. It doesn't make us invisible, but they shouldn't be able to get accurate readings. That's why we're heading south. Reports show that there are regular scouting ships that happen to be where a thunderstorm will be coming through in a few hours. We'll hide from sight in the clouds, catch their attention, and then Betty will lasso one down intact.
You want me to lasso a flying saucer, literally inside a storm, and somehow disable it without destroying it in the process?
Do you have a problem with that?
Actually, no. It's just that this is like 3 of my biggest fantasies happening at the same time. Oh, Kenneth!
You want me to take pictures of it, don't you?
Please and thank you.
The Eldritch sailed smoothly through the sky until it approached a storm. Like the ocean during a hurricane, the electromagnetic field rose and crashed as lightning built up, making the ship rise and fall sickeningly. Bolts flashed and curved around the hull of the ship. Both attracted and repelled by this field that held them aloft.
Kenneth, did you see them yet?
Not yet. I can't see a darn thing.
Me neither. If we survive this, remind me to upgrade my vision for storm chasing.
Look out!
Kenneth spotted the scout ships and ducked when they began to fire. Apparently they too were suffering from some vision problems, as they not only missed Betty, but also the Eldritch. There were 3 of them, and they darted quickly in and out of sight between sections of the cloud. One fired and missed, but caused part of the cloud to glow eerily from the laser fire. Betty took a chance and fired her grappling hook to where she thought the source of the blast was. At first she thought she missed and was preparing to reel in for another go, when the line went taut and she was dragged across the deck. She grabbed hold of the deck guns, crushing and bending the barrel as she tried to hold on to the saucer.
Betty!
Kenneth shouted as the turret gave way, allowing the saucer to pull Betty into the swirling, thunderous darkness. Will Betty survive? Will the crew of the Eldritch make a difference? Does this mean the end of the human race? Find out after the break.
Que comience la acción de este mundo. Ser espectador. Cargué mi casa y su tiempo romano con forma de mundo y como un gladiador. Un ser imbécil de género humano que mi nombre mate sin contemplación. Como excusa inculqué una fe ciega. La ambición, poder y la nación. Por algo soy yo. Por algo soy yo.
Welcome back. Before the break, Betty was pulled off the deck of the ship and into the thunderous void. Kenneth stared into the storm and shouted out for her repeatedly, to only have the rain wash away his words. Hans and Barkley reached out to Kenneth.
Don't worry, buddy. Betty's tough. She can handle herself. We should get inside, see if we can pick her up on the radio or something.
Inside, the radar technicians were hard at work, keeping track of the saucers. The two nodded to Captain Yeager, who was speaking to one of the technicians.
We're not sure what's going on, but I'm positive Betty's alive. The 3 alien aircrafts are circling around each other, and it looks like some kind of dogfight. Inside, any luck of getting into radio contact with Betty?
Not yet, Captain. She isn't responding to any of our... Wait, I think I have something. Putting it on main speaker.
This is Betty. Do not fire at the saucers. I kind of busted into one. The pilot is out cold, and I have no real idea how to fly this thing. Maybe this will... never mind.
The alien controls were complicated, and she was not sure if half the things she was pressing were actually buttons at all. She was hoping at least to figure out how to go up, so she could jump onto the Eldridge, but apparently the device merely sprayed a bitter-smelling liquid that, according to her sensors, was not entirely unlike tea.
Bingo.
sensor reading detected. You must die now, human.
Fascinating. That's it. Nice. Sweet. Got it.
Engaging hostile threat.
Terminal's got this locked.
Targeting sensors fully operational. Attack cannot be tolerated.
Hostile sensor reading detected. You must.
That's it. glad you're with us.
You might want to flush your system with Radaway before your hair falls out.
Forever. Not by my thing. So, you know.
alien detected. Curious. Gone. Hostile sensor reading detected. Attacking. Actuator damaged. Destruction of fellow sensor. Is someone present? You must be terminated. Combat subroutine. Eliminating all hostiles.
See if anyone heard anything. Who was on watch last night?
Alaska guy, I forget his name. He lives on the 3rd.
Do that?
Just an hour in the communications room and then I'm free for the rest of the day. I'll go ahead and get that done and meet you in engineering. Take care, Betty.
So, why'd you even take them off in the first place?
You don't take yours off at night? Oh, they're heavy and it hurts my joints after a while. Oh, plus it's like sleeping with shoes on, but worse.
Huh, alright. Well, you ready to accompany me to the christening of your new suit?
Really? I finally get to use it?
Yep. Though probably just for a quick practice run. We don't want you fighting in untested equipment again. You know, don't want any explosions, eh?
Race you!
And with that, Betty bolted out of the room, leaving the flabbergasted sailor behind.
Come on, how is that fair? You got robot legs. Wait up for me!
Wow, everything looks brand new. Oh my gosh, was that workshop here yesterday?
No, it wasn't actually. I just got finished building it this morning. It even has its own pod press, just for the Armistead's new steel. Can't quite figure out how to place the super factory that though.
Well, I would tell you how, but I don't exactly know at the top of my head. My notes and plans are all at home.
Well, I'd really appreciate seeing them as soon as possible.
Same here. It'd be nice to have a second one around.
I thought we were here to take a certain mecha and put a certain Betty inside of it. Let's get to that, eh?
Ah, yes, of course. Just look here, put your hands here. The suit will remove your prosthetics and pull you inside.
Duh, but I just got these on.
Yeah, just give her 5 minutes of some pillow talk first.
What?
I'm not even going to ask.
Oh, by the way, O'Connell, here's that $10 I owe you from our little bet.
Told ya. But give it a few weeks, maybe.
Faye decided to ignore Barclays and O'Connor's odd comments and step up to her new suit. She admired a sleek new design similar to her old suit, but more refined, yet particularly hounded with power. Faye had to resist the urge to stare so she could get to the desk at hand. She grabbed the handles on the shoulders and found the connections of the prosthetic arms disconnected and pulled inside a compartment of the suit, which opened up to a pneumatic hiss. Before she could think of much more, she was inside, or it has become part of her once more.
So, how does it feel?
It feels great, like it's part of me more than anything else.
Toss a couple of jabs.
All right. Balance seems better. Last time it felt like one of the fists didn't want to move the same as the other.
Yeah, I fixed that little problem first.
I'll leave you with O'Connor then. He'll be fine tuning your suit for you. Make sure to mention anything feeling off, okay? Okay.
Will do, Bloom. By the way, did anyone figure out where all those new weapons are coming from? I heard from someone Japan has working robotic Star Kid toys attacking the aliens along with a bunch of places having suits like mine.
Well, the president is saying it's part of his plan, but he also ordered everyone to keep a lookout for anyone suspicious.
If someone did leak our weapons designs, it'd be treason, plain and simple.
We may all be in this together, but the second those aliens are gone, we're going to be left with a lot of enemies, with a lot of very fancy new toys. I know Van Dyne was just trying to save face by taking the blame, but hopefully that lie will convince everyone not to turn those same guns around on us when this is all over. It'd be a real shame to win this thing, only to break out in World War III.
Hey, I have to go. What do you see Dr. Leo about some air sickness and constipation and bladder pills?
Hey, did he look a little green to you?
He's been a bit of a wreck since the ship took off. Man can't stand flying.
I hope those pills will help.
Oh, mercy. Treason? What was I gotta talk to the switchboard about this. Oh, thank Mary. The communications room is empty.
Hello? Dr. Bloom?
Yeah.
Any new developments? These incomplete factories have been useful, but they are limited. We really need those final notes.
About that, am I a traitor?
No, Dr. Bloom. You're helping all of mankind. That far outweighs the petty concerns and bureaucracies of one nation.
During their conversation, Kenneth stopped by the communications room, ready to send out his latest frontline report, when he overheard Bloom and a stranger over the phone.
But if anyone finds out that I sent out those plans, I would be at the best considered thief. Get out of the scientific community, at worst. Wrong for treason.
Calm down, Doctor. We take care of our own. Just continue helping the Eldritch fight the aliens. Now, I'm a bit disappointed you haven't gotten anything new, but we have a gift for you. It has been risky communicating like this, and we wish to do more than send weapon designs. Build this radio receiver, and we will send you intelligence on the aliens' movements in the guise of being intercepted messages. One of our agents managed to collect intelligence on an alien prison complex where they're holding hundreds of civilians. If we act quickly enough, we can catch them when their forces.
Let's see what you have.
This will certainly help. Thank you. And now for those constipation pills.
You're welcome. We will be speaking soon about our next project.
I knew he was up to something. I'll have to tell Betty.
Why, sir, you seem to have a bit of crumble in your luxurious moustache.
No worries, my good man.
What in good heaven's name is that?
Why, it's a wireless stapper vac. Perfect for gentlemen on the go. Because any good husband knows two things. How to vacuum and how to keep a pristine moustache.
Hits from space! 100 of your favorite songs, including hits like Jetpacks and Jump Beats, Love is a Galaxy Away, and I Know What You Did on Neptune. Plus, newly recorded versions of 5 Planet Dawn and Out of the Nebula. And who could forget the biggest hit of the year?
I took a pill in Andromeda.
Get your copy of Best of Space now. It's out of this world! Now only 5 easy payments of 5 credits and 1 complicated payment of 1 credit paid in the currency of at least 200 different pre-warp civilizations.
Before the break, the Interpreter reporter had discovered it was Bloom setting out the plans. As he ran off to the engineering bay, he thought about what he heard, but was cut off by the sound of the intercom sparking to life.
Attention! Attention! Everyone prepare for full-screen maneuvers. Lock yourself down to the nearest station. We're heading to South Texas. Mexican mechanized forces have encountered the breach's convention. Mankind has ordered us to assist.
Darn it! O'Connell, how fast can we get there?
Depends. How much do you want to risk the ship breaking apart?
O'Connell!
85% power is the highest I would suggest. So from our current position, 45 minutes.
Then do it.
Attention all gunners, you have 25 seconds to get to your guns and get locked down. Because the second we get there, I want every single saucer blown out of the sky.
Helm?
Ready.
Navigation?
Ready.
Engines?
Ready, sir.
Are all civilians and crew locked down?
Last gunner just reported in. Civvies are clear, we're in the green.
Engage engines!
While the Elders flew towards Bowel, Helen found herself taking her frustration out on the Armadillo maps.
Haha! How many does that make now, Lieutenant?
47, General. Then the impressive part is capturing the pirates alive.
Well, one of them is bound to know something. Lee, your heavy mech corps has done a remarkable job.
Thank you, General. We were glad to see the action. From the original reports, we weren't afraid we wouldn't even be a part of this invasion.
Why did you have to mention those damnable reports right when I was starting to enjoy myself?
Sorry,
Over here!
General. Anything I can do to make it up?
Unless you can make that mechavetty thing in its ship here so I can finally blow the piece of scrap up for good.
General?
Yes?
Well, I have good news. Look, up there!
Lieutenant Leah pointed up to the Eldridge, which was approaching fast.
What are those?
Oh, the drones?
I mean, the alien things!
There's some kind of independent. They may be like Megabetti. The red one looks a lot like General Helen. Sir?
Yes?
They just jumped out the ship, going after the red one.
What the hell are you doing?
Just going to repay Helen for earlier. I'll be right back.
Will McAvey stand a chance with her new suit? Will the new Eldridge stand a chance against Helen's ship and these new alien weapons? If I continue saying new repeatedly, it will start to sound weird. Find out next time on the next new episode of The Adventures of McAvey! Welcome back to The Adventures of Mecha Betty. Far off from our heroes, we find the Council of the British discussing the invasion and General Helen's request.
I believe me and General Helen have the same opinion. The reports we got from this Earth world have been greatly miscalculated. I personally oversaw that report, and it was perfectly accurate. They recently finished a global conflict, achieved atomic capabilities, and have barely progressed since then. We did as much as possible without physically landing on the planet and demanding their records. Then how is it that they are making weapons that are quickly coming up to par with our own? As the good general said herself, they are not coming up to our level. They only have pale imitations of our technology, or it's just plain stolen. Albeit the large craft called the Eldridge is a touch unexpected. What of the mech? Probably some remote-controlled construction robot giving energy weapons. Did your report cover any kind of weaponizable construction robot? No, not in so many words. We all read it, and I can attest it does not. For goodness sake, according to this, they still use an extremely deadly form of lead in their motor vehicles to make them run smoother.
Either they are completely idiotic of a race that stumbled upon this technology, or your report is wrong and they are much more dangerous than you lead us to believe.
In either case, we have to come to a decision. Should we risk our only ship capable of interstellar travel in order to expedite conquering this world, or be prepared for a long war? I believe we should authorize the landing of the mothership. If we take too long or the cost is too high, Conglomerate will order us to retreat.
But the mothership does not belong to the British. If we lose it, our citizenship to the conglomerate will be revoked.
Not to mention, we are decades, if not centuries, from developing our own ships that could retrieve our soldiers.
So, are you against it?
Not in so many words.
Ugh, let's put it to a vote to the whole council. Ugh.
Agreed. Of course, the only time you decide on anything is when it comes to deciding to let someone else make the decision for you.
Finally, this is Helen to command ship. Take out the Eldridge.
We can't. There is still too much.
We last letter here.
Complicated payment of 1 credit paid in the currency of at least 200 different pre-warp civilizations.
Before the break, the Interpid reporter had discovered it was Bloom setting out the plans. As he ran off to the engineering bay, he thought about what he heard, but was cut off by the sound of the intercom sparking to life.
Attention! Attention! Everyone prepare for full-screen maneuvers. Lock yourself down at the nearest station. We're heading to South Texas. Mexican mechanized forces have encountered the breach of convention. Van Dyne has ordered us to assist.
Darn it! O'Connell, how fast can we get there?
Depends. How much do you want to risk the ship breaking apart?
O'Connell!
85% power is the highest I would suggest. So from our current position, 45 minutes.
Then do it.
Attention all gunners, you have 21 seconds to get to your guns and get locked down. Because the second you get there, all every single assault will be
Ready.
Navigation.
Ready.
Engines.
Ready, sir.
Are all civilians and crew locked down?
Last gunner just reported in. Civvies are clear. We're in the green.
Engage engines!
While the Elders flew towards Foul, Helen found herself taking her restriction out on the Armadillo Max.
Haha! How many does that make now, Lieutenant?
47, General. Though the impressive part is capturing the pirates alive.
Well, one of them is bound to know something. Lee, your heavy mech corps has done a remarkable job.
Thank you, General. We...
Don't have the key.
Wendell Holmes, Joe DeSantis, Bob Hastings, James Dukas, and Freddie Chandler. Your announcer, Fred Collins. That's it.
cream Carl here. Is that a goat? Get the fuck out of the way, you fucking goat! Yeah, you! The one with the two heads! I'm talking to you! Move it! God damn it! This is Ice Cream Carl, and I have another special on guns. Buy one rifle, get a handgun of your choice for free. And I'll also throw in a free gallon of my delicious ice cream.
Let me see it here. Let me say it out loud. And let me point.
Who the fuck is that?
Nothing is gonna stop me.
Who the fuck?
I am the cream. Yeah, the cream of the crop.
So cool. Perhaps monster movies of the 1980s. Why were they so cool? Perhaps one of the main reasons was the practical special effects. You don't see anything like that anymore. Now, everything's computer generated. For anyone who misses those old 80s creature effects, come join me this October as I go through another Monster Madness marathon. It's been a tough year for me to pull this off again, but I'm going to make sure it's radical by dedicating the whole month to the 80s. I've already reviewed most of the famous 80s horror films like Nightmare on Elm Street and Monster Squad.
Wolfman's gone NARS!
But this time, we're going to focus on lesser known movies. Some are totally bogus, and others are pretty gnarly. There's going to be 16 brand new reviews. They'll be posted on Cinemassacre.com every other day in October, from October 1st up until Halloween. So get ready.
I said, shut up, butthole!
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness 80s-a-thon. Yeah. Word to your mummy. You know what time it is. So don't go anywhere. It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness 80s-a-thon. Alright, happy October. Let's get started. Galaxy of Terror was also known as Mind Warp Infinity of Terror. It was produced by Roger Corman and stars Edward Albert, Robert Englund, and Sid Haig, amongst others. It's about a bunch of astronauts or some shit who go to a planet and try to rescue some other astronauts. Look at the seatbelts. They look like they were taken from a car. Oh, those are nice. I like them. They should have the automatic seatbelts from Star Trek Nemesis, the deleted scenes. When they land on the planet, they end up damaging their ship, of course, dipshits. Then they find an evil alien pyramid, which makes people's worst nightmares become reality. I love the landscape. It reminds me of Junk City in Transformers the cartoon movie. And all the gloomy architecture and war-torn atmosphere reminds me of Aliens. And would you know, James Cameron worked on this film. Apparently the walls of the spaceship were made out of McDonald's cartons. That's awesome. And apparently James Cameron used the same thing in Battle Beyond the Stars. Maybe he was eating a lot of McDonald's back then. From what I gather, the monsters that we see are all generated from the crew's paranoia and fear. The death scenes are the highlight of the film. This commander is killed by blood-sucking tentacles. Listen to the sound effects. Sounds like a cartoon sound effect. Sid Haig has some kind of boomerang made out of crystals. While inside the pyramid, his fear gets the best of him and the crystal goes inside his arm like a razor blade. Guess they could still amputate his arm. Oh wait. Or he can just knock his own arm off. What's this? The severed arm is still alive? Wow. Speaking of the severed arm, apparently James Cameron got the maggots to move around on it by passing a current of electricity through the arm. It's nasty. A lot of attention was paid to detail for such a ridiculous death scene. I love Sid Haig and everything he's in, but he barely speaks in this movie. I've heard that's because he didn't like the dialogue in the script, so he asked Roger Corman if his character could not say much. In fact, he only says one line the whole movie. Reminds me of how Christopher Lee refused to speak while playing Dracula. Next character to die, I guess there's no better way to explain it. She literally gets fucked to death by a giant maggot. Yeah. It looks like it just shot off a bunch of... Oh, God. Yuck. Well, there's something they definitely didn't do in Alien. Next guy, killed by a random demon and thrown down a pit. You only get to see the monster's face for a split second. And when you do, I don't know whether to laugh or shit my pants. Next girl, she dies a really gory death. First it rips her guts out, and then it wraps the tentacles around her head and squeezes until her head explodes! Damn! Remember that video I made about the heads blow up? I don't know if you saw it or not, but if you did, then this scene should have been in it. I just didn't know about it before. I dropped the ball. Some of the special effects have stood the test of time, while others haven't. Like I said, the production design is awesome. Except the inside of the spaceship, the control boards are kinda dated. The optical effects are also pretty dated. But the gore effects are A+. There's even some stop-motion animation, which always looks appealing for some reason. The stop-motion was done by Brian Burchin, who did a ton of effects works in movies including Star Trek II, and he did storyboards for He-Man, The Real Ghostbusters, and the Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons, to name a few. Man, Roger Corman sure made a lot of movies. These days people know him for stuff like Sharktopus, and forget a lot of his earlier works like this. Around the same time, Corman made another Alien-style clone called Forbidden World, also known as The Mutant. Forbidden World recycled a lot of footage from Battle Beyond the Stars, and there's the McDonald's containers. Corman knew how to get the job done. Look at that, the pilot looks like a stormtrooper. And there's so much recycled footage from other movies. But for a guy who pumps out so many movies so fast, I guess you can't blame him. I can't tell you how many movies I've seen the infamous Corman Castle shot show up. The ending to this movie is terrible. The main hero meets up with the villain, this guy called the Master, who has a glowing red face. He defeats him, and then somehow he's transformed into the new Master, which is bad or something, and then it ends. Maybe they were trying to set up a sequel, making a new bad guy, but it just didn't work. That said, this is a movie you'll probably enjoy if you're a fan of older horror and sci-fi movies. It's got well-designed sets, a creepy, claustrophobic atmosphere, lots of gore, and plenty of disgusting monsters. So next time someone asks you about Galaxy of Terror, you just say, oh yeah, that movie, that's the one where the giant maggot fucks a lady to death. Yeah, good movie. Word to your mummy. You know what time it is. So don't go anywhere. It's Cinemassacre. It's Monster Madness. 80s-a-thon. 1933, King Kong was the champion on top of the Empire State Building. But in 1982, another monster took up residence on top of the Chrysler Building. Q, the winged serpent, is a scaly dragon-like creature. Hysteria spreads over the city while police are Meanwhile, a small-time crook discovers the giant nest which contains the beast's egg. This crook is played by Michael Moriarty, who I know as Harry Potter from the first Troll movie.
My name is Harry Potter.
And the main detective is played by David Carradine, recently best known as Bill from Kill Bill. We don't see the monster too often, but thankfully both these actors do a really good job and keep this film watchable. Moriarty's character, Jimmy, is this real sleazeball who wants to capitalize on the monster by selling his knowledge of the serpent's hiding spot for the hefty sum of $1 million. What a jerk. People are getting killed and all he cares about is money. Going back to King Kong again, it kind of reminds me of Carl Denham. All he cared about was money as well. Jimmy's not just an asshole, he's a clever, sneaky asshole. He gets involved with some gang members who are looking for some stolen loot from him. So what does Jimmy do? He tells them that he put the jewelry on the top of the Chrysler Building, which is where the creature lives, so of course they go up there and they get devoured. I love this guy. I mean, I hate him. He's obnoxious, he's a whimpering coward that drinks, beats up his girlfriend, and treats people like garbage. Watching this movie, I really couldn't stand this guy, but then I realized he's the kind of guy that you're really supposed to hate. There's a lot of characters like that. There's the guy in the Star Trek Next Generation episode, Chain of Command, who takes over as captain for a brief period.
We're not on a research mission. Get it done.
And of course, there's Biff from Back to the Future.
Hello? Hello?
All these characters you hate for different reasons, but you also love. Something trivial I have to say is that there aren't many monster movies that start with the letter Q. There's the Quatermass film, but that's about all I can think of that's relatively well known. So it had me wondering, why is the monster named Q anyway? Well, it has some history behind it. The ancient Aztecs believed in a half-reptile, half-bird god that they made sacrifices to.
It'll be the first time in history that a monster was made by a god.
Apparently the Aztecs tied down some unfortunate soul and ripped their beating heart from their chest as an offering to their Mesoamerican serpent god, Quetzalcoatl. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that name properly, and that's why you could just say Q. And here the monster, which actually resembles a pterosaur, has supposedly been summoned to modern-day New York through rituals performed by contemporary Aztec worshippers. Wow, so there's a whole cult tied in with this thing. If they ever decide to remake Q the Winged Serpent, maybe they could do a versus movie. Q versus Q versus Q. Yeah. One nice thing this film has going for it is all the nice helicopter shots filmed above New York City. They should remake it in IMAX. And while the shots of the winged beast are brief, they were at least smart enough to have it appear every 5 or 10 minutes. I hate movies that never show the monster till the very, very end, like The Monster of Piedras Blancas. Fuck that movie. It's kind of interesting how none of the detectives seem too surprised that there's a giant reptile monster flying around. Normally in these movies, they never believe that the monster is real until they see it for themselves. Especially true with vampire flicks.
Strength of the vampire is that people will not believe in.
Here they treat it almost like it's a regular, everyday natural disaster. I've said it before, but stop motion is always cool to look at for some reason. Even for the 80s, this seemed a little dated. But it gives the movie a unique charm. The Serpent was designed by Randy Cook, and the stop motion was done by David Allen. David Allen's done a lot of effects work on many horror and sci-fi movies. And here's a cool bit of trivia to connect it to King Kong one more time. He animated this awesome Volkswagen commercial from the 1970s and based it on the original King Kong. It's kind of cool to see a stop-motion King Kong in full color like this. The idea of the commercial is that the car was spacey and luxurious with lots of extra room. Never thought I'd see King Kong's car. Wonder if Godzilla had a car. I guess he'd need a giant speedboat to get him to and from Monster Island. Q was directed by Larry Cohen, who brought you films like It's Alive, The Stuff, Maniac Cop, and God Told Me To. I think he did a decent job updating the 50s sci-fi genre for a later audience. And that's what it is, a cliché genre film. A hysterical mob of panicked people, an anti-hero you hate so much you love him, and of course a giant monster that loves to tear people to shreds. What's not to like about this movie? Within the first 10 minutes, you see a man skinned alive, a window washer get decapitated, and a naked woman get eaten. The movie's tagline says it all. Q. That's all you'll have time to say before it tears you apart. Word to your mummy. You know what time it is. So don't go anywhere. It's Cinemassacre. It's Monster Madness. 80s-a-thon. Night Beast is one flashy movie that begins with a really flashy title screen. So it's a typical alien invader movie, and guess how they all begin? A spaceship crashes to Earth. Well, this one hits an asteroid before it hits Earth, so that's a little different. Yeah, there's a lot of movies like this, like The Curse with Will Wheaton. A spaceship or meteor or whatever crashes down in the woods. Why's it always gotta be the woods? You'll never see an alien ship come down in front of a Wawa. Yeah, let's see how many people know what a Wawa is. Some hunters come out to see what happened, and then, oh boy, they're in trouble. Wow, if you're gonna die, at least go out in a shiny, spectacular display. Yeah, that alien's got a laser gun, and he is not hesitating to use it. Yeah, that guy's got the right idea. Just run. This thing is really pissed. I think the alien likes shooting people just because it looks really cool. This guy steps out of his house to see what's going on. Bad idea. Bad idea is that hair. Then the alien comes and starts ripping his guts out. I guess the laser was getting a little boring. That's the girlfriend over there screaming. She's not helping at all. I guess there's nothing she can do though, but just watch and scream. I don't know what this alien's problem is. These kids here are just trying to get away, and the alien blasts their car and disintegrates the whole vehicle. This monster doesn't even let kids live. I like that he wears clothing too, so it's not just like some kind of mindless animal. This thing has intelligence, using a laser gun and all that, so it's obviously aware of what it's doing. It's just killing for fun. And it's pretty creative with its killings too. Here it rips some guy's head off. They really didn't do a good job with the skin tones. The head and the hand are completely different complexions. It even takes a guy's arm off. What makes this creature even worse is that it kills both day and night. You're never safe from it, even though the movie's called Night Beast. I don't think this thing ever sleeps. Just kill, kill, kill. 24/7. There's also a really bad fight scene. Makes the fight scene from They Live look like a masterpiece.
Put on the glasses.
You know what? The one reason to watch this movie is because of the monster. I like him. The creature effects are pretty good. I can't say the same for all the gore effects, though. He looks like he's smiling. He's so happy to be mutilating people. This is one sick night piece. There's other movies where aliens kill for fun, like The Predator. But there, somehow it makes a little more sense, like it's for sport. But in Night Beast, the alien accidentally comes to Earth because a meteor hits the ship. So, might as well go on a killing spree. Of course, he was attacked first by the usual guys in flannel shirts. It even kills main characters that you think are gonna live. It's not like in Star Trek where you know everyone in a red shirt is gonna die. Speaking of Star Trek, guess who did the music? J.J. Abrams. I wasn't even aware that he was a composer. You know, for the next Star Trek movie, I hope he brings back the Night Beast. In all honesty, Night Beast, it's a pretty shitty movie, but there's a lot of funny moments, a lot of neon and lasers, and a lot of gore. If that's what you want, then check it out. It's a lot different than E.T. If E.T. is champagne, then this is light beer. Not as classy, but it gets the job done. Word to your mummy. You know what time it is. So don't go anywhere. It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness 80s-a-thon. How do you make a movie based on an anthology TV series? Well, make it an anthology film with 4 different stories, each with a different director. Each segment is a remake, or at least inspired by a classic Twilight Zone episode. My favorite part is right before the credits. 2 guys are in a car just casually talking when all of a sudden Dan Aykroyd turns into a monster and kills his friend. There's no reason. It comes out of nowhere, and that's why I love it. It's just a little warm-up to get the movie started. The first segment, by John Landis, director of An American Werewolf in London, is called Time Out, which is loosely based on the classic episode A Quality of Mercy, which guest starred Leonard Nimoy. Anyway, this first episode, which stars Vic Morrow, is the story of a racist bigot who's sent back in time to Nazi Germany to get a taste of his own medicine. Sadly, while filming, there was a helicopter accident where Vic Morrow and 2 children were killed. This scene was not included in the picture, for obvious reasons. Unfortunately, it's not a very good episode either. although a lot of that probably has to do with the fact that they couldn't finish filming it the way originally intended. The second segment, Kick the Can, is about a group of elderly people who want to relive their youth. So they play a game of Kick the Can and are reverted to their younger selves. That's all there is to it. It's boring as shit. It's surprising that out of all the classic Twilight Zone episodes, they chose to remake this one, and that a great director, Steven Spielberg, is responsible for the most bland entry in the film. The third segment is when things start to get good. It's a remake of one of the best classic episodes, It's a Good Life, where a spoiled kid has special powers and uses them against his family. It's directed by Joe Dante, who's most famous for directing Gremlins. Speaking of Gremlins, it even has Dick Miller in a small role. Love that guy. He played Futterman in Gremlins. This segment is very different from the original episode. For one thing, a woman accidentally smashes the kid's bike with her car, so she gives him a ride home and meets his family. It's a good change because this allows us to observe their lifestyle through the perspective of an outside character. In the original episode, the kid forces the family to watch dinosaur films on television, but in this version he makes them watch cartoons. He uses his power to make the cartoons come alive and terrorize the family, which results in some amazing special effects. The effects were done by Rob Bottin, whose work includes John Carpenter's The Thing. It's all a tribute to the golden age of cartoons from Warner Brothers and Fleischer. I like how the house turns black and white to imitate a black and white cartoon. He fulfills all kinds of demented punishments toward the other members of the house in all kinds of ways that only a child could dream up. It's great stuff, but lacks the suspense of the original episode. The final segment, directed by George Miller, is a remake of the episode Nightmare at 20,000 Feet, starring William Shatner. Shatner's performance of a man with an intense phobia of flying is what makes the original so good. He's hilarious. Wait, so both Shatner and Nimoy were both on the Twilight Zone? Too bad they both weren't in the episode with Burgess Meredith where he played the devil. Then it would have been Kirk, Spock, and Satan.
Totally illogical.
So anyway, this time, the role of the nervous airline passenger is played by John Lithgow, and he does a respectable job. There's not much different here, except that you get to see a bit more of the monster. Well, technically, they say it's a gremlin in the original episode.
Gremlins.
A gremlin?
Gremlins.
Maybe Joe Dante should have directed this part as well. In the original, the gremlin looks absurd. It's one of the goofiest creatures ever put to screen, but it somehow fit alongside Shatner. That's where the remake prevails. Here, the creature is very well done. The moment when you first see it up close to the window comes as a real shocker and gave me nightmares as a kid. I like the original for its humorous charm, but the remake is way scarier. Burgess Meredith does the voiceover between chapters. He does a good job and was the best person they could have chosen, being that he was the star of many of the classic episodes.
You're about to meet an angry man, Mr. William Connor, who carries on his shoulder a chip the size of the national debt.
Still, it leaves you wishing Rod Serling was still alive. Twilight Zone the movie fails to capture the essence of the original TV series, but thanks to the last two segments, it's worth a watch. Word to your mummy. You know what time it is. So don't go anywhere. It's Cinemassacres, Monster Madness, 80s-a-thon. Supposedly the deadly spawn cost less than $20,000 to make, which is really impressive considering all the effects. It's considered by some to be an Alien ripoff, but it's more of a throwback to B-movies. And it's a tribute to great classics like The Thing from Another World.
The Thing from Another World.
Famous monsters. A meteor crashes to Earth, just like in The Blob. The monster kills his family and makes his nest in the basement of an average suburban home, but then kills the mother and father who are supposed to be going on vacation. The main character is a kid named Starl, who's a big fan of monster movies. Look at all the stuff he has in his room. He's got masks of the Gorn and Mugatu from Star Trek. It's unlikely that a kid in the early 80s would have access to this much stuff. I like all the posters: Valley of Gwangi, Monster on the Campus, The Green Slime, 20 Million Miles to Earth, King Kong, and Frankenstein. Funny, I had that same Frankenstein poster growing up. I like his favorite movie choices.
The Mole People, Frankenstein. It, The Terror from Beyond Space.
See that? He threw out some more obscure ones and not just the main classics. Charles is the one who figures out that the monsters are hurt by sound. The monster spawn itself looks something like the Piranha Plant in Little Shop of Horrors.
What the fuck was that?
The spawns seem to grow as they eat, getting bigger and bigger until finally there's one the size of an entire mountain. Again, it's similar to the Blob, the way the monster grows as it absorbs people.
It's bigger now.
Who knows how far this intergalactic menace has spread? For all we know, the entire world could be covered with these fanged beasts. But the movie is told from the perspective of just one household and how they have to fend off the creature. In that respect, it's sort of like Night of the Living Dead, where a small group have to survive within the confines of a house. The monster itself just needs to eat to survive and to feed its offspring. So there's not much to explain, it's just acting out of instinct. These spawns are here just to eat your guts. Although on the DVD there's a bonus feature with a comic strip that gives more backstory to the history of the monster, where you find out the deadly spawn were actually weapons of an alien race. There's a lot of gore shown in explicit detail, although sometimes they cheap out and just throw buckets of blood on the walls. I don't know what's going on here, but it sounds like somebody's farting.
Yes.
You may think I'm making that up, but then they cut to a woman flushing the toilet, so it had to have been intentional. For a low-budget film, the effects are really good. They were done by John Dodds, who worked on other movies including Spookies, Night Beast, and Alien Resurrection. In one of the most horrifying gore scenes, Charles goes into the basement and discovers the alien. The first thing that happens, it coughs up the head of his mother. It's the right level of cheese, but also very disturbing. The executive producer was Tim Hildebrandt, who did the artwork for the original Star Wars poster. He also provided the house in which the movie takes place. And the kid who plays Charles is actually his son. No wonder there's props all over his bedroom. His dad worked on Star Wars. This is a film that goes straight for the jugular with unapologetic gore. You'd expect there to be nudity too, but nope, just gore. Well, in the 50s, they didn't need asses on the screen to get asses in the seats. And this movie seems like a tribute to that time, except with a lot of gore. Gore, gore, gore. Blood, blood, blood. There was a sequel planned, but the script didn't have anything to do with the first movie, so it became an entirely different movie called Metamorphosis, The Alien Factor. It has some interesting life-size and miniature stop-motion creature effects. That's about all I can say about The Deadly Spawn. It has some horrendous acting and very dull moments, but there's enough blood and guts to keep any gorehound satisfied. And for the small budget they had, they did an unbelievable job. Word to your mummy. You know what time it is. So don't go anywhere. It's Cinemassacre. It's Monster Madness. 80s-a-thon. Troma Entertainment. They make disgusting, horrible films with no apologies. Love 'em or hate 'em, director Lloyd Kaufman from Troma has written two of the most inspirational books about filmmaking I have ever read. Toxic Avenger was the first film that paved the way for the Troma brand. Since then, they've been making extremely fucked up films like Terra Firma and Poultrygeist. But this is the one that started it all and made the monster Toxie the Troma mascot. Toxie is to Troma as Mario is to Nintendo. Originally, the film was going to be called Health Club Horror. It's the story of Melvin, a janitor at a health club who's socially awkward and gets picked on by all the popular girls and jocks.
Would you take a look at that fucking guy?
He's always got that shit-eating grin on his face.
He's lovable and geeky, very exaggerated, like if you put George McFly and Steve Urkel together.
Hey, let's say 7 o'clock.
Okay, that'll be good for me too, because I gotta clean the toilets in there anyway around that time.
All the characters are exaggerated in this hyper-reality. The bullies are so evil, they beat up old ladies.
Did you see her face when I punched her?
Beat that old lady like a dog.
Even worse, they drive around at night and run people over. They hit a kid on a bicycle, which is bad enough, but then they look back and see that he's not dead. Time to finish the job. Oh, they squashed his head. This movie has serious balls. One time I tried to watch this on cable, on demand, and they cut out the scene. That's how shocking it is. You can't even watch it on fucking cable. Even though they showed all the nudity and all the rest of the gore, they didn't even have a message at the beginning to let you know the film was edited for content. Stop and think how simple the effect was pulled off. The head was just a watermelon with a wig on top. That's it. Anyway, the jocks hate Melvin for no sensible reason. They send him flying out a window into a vat of toxic waste, which transforms him into the hideous but lovable superhero, the Toxic Avenger. Somehow, Toxie has the power to detect corruption and goes to clean up the town, wiping out all crime. There seems to be some different plots going on. One is where Toxie goes after the corrupt businessmen, drug dealers, and pimps. And then at the same time, he's trying to take down all the bullies that embarrassed him in an act of revenge. It cuts back and forth between him stopping some street thugs, to him trying to stab the girl that embarrassed him by making him wear a tutu, back to fighting off criminals, robbing a fast food joint. He's the city's hero, but he also has a personal agenda. Yeah, rip that coat, Toxie. He even helps a woman open a jar of popcorn. That's some heroic deed. It's also funny how his voice sounds nothing like Melvin's anymore.
I just couldn't control myself. I've never done anything like this before.
His name Toxie is added in the narration, but during the time of filming, they didn't have a name for him. For a movie that's so explicit, it holds off on revealing Toxie's face until the right time. So there is some genuine suspense, but other than that, it's full-out gore. Toxie kills people in all sorts of over-the-top ways. He uses one guy's nuts like a punching bag and smashes a drug dealer's head in with weights. This extra bit with the fake body convulsing was another scene that was cut out on the cable version I saw. Come on, it doesn't even look realistic. You have to be a fucking pussy not to show this scene. The makeup was done by Jennifer Aspinall, who also worked on some other 80s films like Street Trash and Spookies. I don't know what to make of Toxie. Is he a superhero or a slasher villain? Maybe he's both, and that's pretty unique. It also pays tribute to Frankenstein, with townspeople hunting down the monster. Other than that, it's hard to trace its roots in much else. This was a real original, one-of-a-kind film when it came out. It's the quintessential cult film. Even though it's real gory and geared towards adults, it made Toxie a household name and even had its own cartoon series, The Toxic Crusaders. When I was a kid, I only knew about the show. I had no idea it was based on a live-action movie that I would never be allowed to see. The Toxic Avenger really made an impression on the world of cinema. It inspires independent filmmaking and encourages you to go shoot your own damn movie without conforming to any set guidelines. It influenced Peter Jackson into making some of his early horror films, which started his career. So it's quite possible, without Toxie, there would have been no Lord of the Rings films, or at least with no Peter Jackson. If you're not sure if you like Troma or not, this is a good one to start with. Give it a go. Word to your mummy. You know what time it is. So don't go anywhere. It's Cinemassacres, Monster Madness, 80s-a-thon.
Great taste for today. Tastes great every way. Can't get enough of the stuff.
The Stuff. Catchy title. It's called The Stuff because nobody knows what the fuck it is. It's a food product, and people think it's some kind of ice cream or something, but really, it's The stuff. Stuff that controls your mind. The only killer junk food movie I can think of. A message, maybe? That's right, don't eat junk food, kids. It's bad. So where'd this stuff come from? Well, some mine workers found it, and what's this guy doing? He just fucking eats it? Would you eat something that you found on the ground? Ugh. Then some businessmen get involved, and the stuff gets mass marketed. There's some competing ice cream company that sends out a detective to find out what the secret ingredient in the stuff is. He's played by Michael Moriarty from Q, the Winged Serpent. There's some kid who's trying to save the day by knocking the stuff off the shelves, but you can't stop.
Jay's gone now. Known him my whole life. He didn't even recognize me. I don't blame him. I don't even recognize myself. He had something he would always say. Something that's just stuck in my head now. Theft is a lot more fun when you don't get caught. Wrongdoing, but if no one catches you, then no one knows what happened. Except for myself. I know what happened. And I don't want to know. That's why Avery is going to help me. This war lasted only one day, and it took everything from me. Now I have to take my own memories away. This dread in the fugitive mind. At least this way I will forget and probably go back to assuming he was dead the whole time.
Hey, no shame in taking the occasional Ken. Solomon can hook you up.
Nothing to worry about, but it's, you know, safe and all.
Whatever it is, leave me out of it. Keep walking.
Ah, yes, you. Famous Bob Replica, on tap all day.
It's a good one, no matter what anyone says.
Not looking to buy right now.
Come back later, sir.
You've returned. Tell me, what did you find?
You killed him.
What? I definitely did not kill Jay. I would remember that, and I wouldn't even ask you to do all this.
Is this enough to convince you?
My God. I don't even know what to say. But I remember now. I kinda wish I never sent you on this mission. But it's good you did. I doubt another random person would have gone through all this. A normal person probably would have found Jay's body and simply returned. Might have been better that way.
What are you going to do now?
Not sure. Suppose I'll stick around here for a while. Here's your pay. And forget. Count them if you like. Hey, actually, I wanted to run something by you. I've been alone for what feels like an eternity, just searching for my friend. With this news, it was a huge waste of time. But you really came through for me, and I want to return the favor and help you out. I've been thinking about getting back out there, so I want to join your fight. Just let me know if you want an extra gun. I'll be here.
Got a reason for bothering me? Get lost.
Excuse me.
I'm remembering something. I'm still putting the pieces together, but it has something to do with my key. It's this key I've always had on me for as long as I can remember. Quite positive that it opens a door in the biocube. Yeah. My time in there is coming back to me. You think we can head out when we get a chance?
All right, let's go.
Great. All right. All I can remember right now is that it's in the biocube. Let's get going.
Look, Scatter, I ain't buying anything.
Still not sure what the key is good for, but it better be good.
Excuse me.
Welcome back, and well done. Couldn't have been easy. Oh, and I know because I sent someone to follow you, just to be sure. You know how it is.
Why?
Never mind that. Alright, one last thing I need from you. You have to turn on the power via the power station. Here's the key. We locked it a while back to prevent anyone else from getting in there. So you'll be safe. They still don't know anything about this, so make sure you're not being followed this time. While you do that, we're all gonna make our way to the city and we'll be there by the time you're done.
Got it. Gotta find the terminal. Terminal's got this locked. No way to pick this. Only opens with a key. Can't pick this. That was truly something.
Is someone present? Movement detected. Curious.
Yes.
You must be terminated.
Scrap them!
That settles that. You alright?
Hi.
Oh, look at that view. It's beautiful. The previous generations really made this land a home. Even after it started decaying, against the overwhelming events of the bombs falling, the destruction of the vault, and then the devastation of this land. You want a quick history lesson?
Tell me more about this vault.
Not sure how much you know, but the vault became unstable and survivors had to evacuate. This place had only been partially built at this time, so a team led by Danny and Avery secured the place and made sure it was adequate for all the survivors to take refuge. At the time, there were about 100 people plus another 100 who were already in the BioCube working on the place. I think they held up in some housing near the center of this place, but that's as much as I know. I've only heard rumors. Anyway, they realized there was a problem and the BioCube was degrading. They did some magic and they were able to postpone the inevitable. So that gave them time to set up everything and finish building. But then people started getting sick. Danny and Ava were among the first to die from it, being in their 70s. And then our own soil started getting sick. The landscape turned into what you see now. 3/4 of our population died. Many buildings were left abandoned and crumbling. Those of us who were left split off into groups and did what we could to survive. Many civil wars broke out, but they were short. No one wanted to lose what little they had left. Then about 3 years ago, Section 9 started showing up. They quickly outnumbered us, and with more advanced weapons too. We had really heard about them from reports on Diamond City radio and Old World radio stations as well. So we knew what to expect and what we were dealing with. But we still weren't prepared. We were driven out of the area, and we had to move as far east as we could. We were living there until you showed up. Section 9 continued their wild goose chase, but I guess we'll never know what they were really after. Thanks again for your help. There's nothing we could ever do to repay you. It'll never be forgotten. Consider yourself a part of our history and one of us. Oh, and on your way out, check out the cemetery. Just in case you wanted to see Danny and Avery, the guys I've been talking about for the past 10 minutes.
need the key. Hi.
Still not sure what the key is good for, but it better be good.
Don't have the key. Only opens with a key.
those things. Here, just take the comm device and go. We'll cover you. This is Xander. We need backup. I repeat, we need backup. Fuck. Vault-Tec even listening? Come in! Overseer! Got no response. I'll say what I have to say. Okay, again, this is Xander. We found more of those creatures. Appears to be a little girl? Danny, get out! Fucking hell. Just cut that guy in half. Shit. Danny, we need to move now. You there, lock up the doors. They're after something. I just don't know what.
Wow. I remember that now. A hellish creature. Like a ghoul, but way stronger. Unlike anything else I've ever seen. We managed to drive them off because we outnumbered them. Shouldn't be in the vault anymore, but makes me wonder where they are now.
Nice. Can't pick this.
Wow. I haven't seen one of those in a long time. Nice find. At any rate, I doubt this place is anything else. I wanted to find out what the key was good for, and I did just that. I'm gonna head back now. Let me know if you need an extra gun.
Sweet. Hey there.
Ready to head out?
You sure you want to travel with me?
It'll probably be very painful, very dangerous, and a bit stupid, but I think I can manage.
Sure, let's go.
All right, let's do it.
that?
There you are.
Come on.
Lost sight of it. They're close.
Got it.
Ready to head out?
Sure, let's go.
All right, let's do it.
means we should get the hell out of here. Need something?
You need something? I'll see if I can help.
I have a thing for redheads. Since you're in charge of who works here, I thought that information might be helpful when you decide who to weed out.
You need age to have wisdom. You certainly don't need wisdom to age.
Pleasure to be talking to you again.
Yeah?
Getting dark out. Maybe we should find a place to bed down for the night. I got time to chat. What's on your mind?
I hope you realize how much you did for us.
Be careful dealing with those raiders. Mercy, there's not soon.
I wish leveling up was as easy in real life as it is in games.
It's getting late. Maybe we should look for shelter.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Good to see you, dear.
We do good work, you know?
All our agents were like you? The Institute would be screwed.
They haven't heard in 200 years? No? Stay alive.
Unacceptable! It's nice to get out of the church. You can really get stir crazy down there.
Because it fucking sucks.
Because it fucking sucks.
The influx of data is hard to process.